All right, let's see. How's this looking? How's everyone doing? Says our bitrate is bad. Says our bitrate's bad. Is that true? Let's see. I opened up a tab to see what it looked like. It looks fine to me. Looks fine to me. We'll call that good. All right. All right. Let's get into this. Who wants to test some Wasm? I don't know if you want to test Wasm, but that's what I am trying to understand a little bit better. So today we're going to try to do some if you have Londo. Londo, you can watch on YouTube or Twitch. I have to say, though, I am slightly better of watching Twitch chat than I am YouTube chat. But you're more than welcome to watch on YouTube if you like. You watch where it makes you most comfortable. So if you like YouTube better, knock yourself out. Which is an American term for, like, have fun. Like, you do you. Twitch it is then? Okay, perfect. I generally prefer Twitch just because it's the easier platform to have interactivity in. I haven't done all of YouTube's API and everything. So at this point, I kind of prefer Twitch, but I mean, like I said, it really is not a big deal. When I say prefer, I mean like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Okay. Where was our testing? Okay, we were doing our so for those of you just catching up, we were testing Wasm. Yeah. So we were testing Wasm, and basically we wanted to understand the performance penalties a little bit of Wasm. Now, obviously, all benchmarking is slightly flawed, and so none of this is going to be perfect, and I understand that, but we can start to get an idea of what it is, or if it exists at all. My gut feeling is that for fairly performant languages like Rust, it's going to be quite a bit slower. And our first benchmark that we did, that was the case. It was 2 times as slow. Pretty for backend services. This is all we're testing is backend services. That's pretty gut-wrenching if you're going to say that it's 2 times slower. But we have more tests because that was only really one benchmark, and we're going to try to do some more. So if you know of a good site that has some benchmarks with Rust and other types of code, let me know. We'll try to run those. And one thing that I wanted to do today was to try to use some Python as well, because my guess is that Python might actually run faster. That's like my guess is that a language like Python might run a little bit faster. So we're gonna try to see that today, and then we'll get back to our regularly scheduled database stuff today. It's giving you. Oh, you know what? I don't think it's running ads immediately, so I have like pre-roll ads right now. Should I just run some ads to get rid of the pre-roll and have an hour? What is this that you speak of? Does it have the code? Like, this is like a framework test, but I just need some code. So this is Rust, obviously. It's fast. What's the code behind this? Dude, Londo, I actually think, if you want my honest opinion, before you subscribe to me, I would prefer that you got Twitch Turbo. Like 100%, I would prefer for a person to go and get themselves Twitch Turbo. It's like $10. I don't know the exact price, but it's like $10. And it pays the creator that you watch fairly well, better than ads do. And they don't have to watch ads, but they also get that across the whole platform. I actually think Twitch Turbo is the best way to start supporting creators before you start subscribing to them. Because you also support all of, so like even like the smaller creators that you watch that maybe you only watch for an hour or so, when they do something like they get a little bit of support. I like it. So yeah, anyways, it spreads it out a little bit better. So if this is a web test and includes DB and stuff, I'm not sure that we can compile it to WASM. So that's another problem that we have. So like for our tests here, we did some in Rust here. And we have to make sure that whatever you pull, it can compile to WASM. One of the benchmarks we actually pulled had like optimizations for x86 in it, like in the benchmark code, which disabled us from actually and we would have had to go on and rewrite the whole benchmark to be generic. So that's one of the things that we're struggling with. Like we had to write our own. And this is like a really dumb, but I actually kind of like it. It's dumb, but it was kind of good. We just make a gig of data and then we SHA 512 it. Yeah, dumb, but like super effective. And we do that 100 times. Super effective. So right. Okay, so for everybody that's just joining, what we've wanted to do, let me turn this down a little bit. Is the music okay for you guys? It was maybe a little loud for me. I felt like I was yelling over it. But what it is in my headphones is not in what. Okay, so what we're trying to do, let me draw this out. I love drawing. I do. All right, so what we're trying to do is basically this right here. We're trying to understand the impact of WASM. There's a lot of claims out there about whether it's faster than the code or slower. Now it's running in a virtual machine, so like we're not even counting the virtual machine overhead because there will be some for that, but hopefully that's negligible. So we're trying to just get an idea. Just try to get an idea to the best of our abilities. Like I said, this isn't meant to be perfect or anything like that. So we have a couple things that we'd like to test. So that's like CPU time, memory, disk IO, threading ability. We have Rust and Go. So we really tested Rust yesterday or Thursday. And one that we hadn't talked about, what we want to do is Python. Because I actually, so far, preliminary, it's a little over, it's a little bit greater than 2 times slower. WASM is. Rust is quite a bit faster, at least in this crude one. So anyways, that's what we're looking for. So if you have some benchmarks that I can access and we can run, let me know, because I would love to pull those. They can't have the database and those types of things. That's not really a fair test. We want to isolate it to just code we can compile to WASM. Yeah, so anyways, I was gonna try to do this regex redux for Python 3. All of this code is kind of old, but we'll see. Is this Python 3? Is this Python 3? Yes. Okay, so hopefully it works. The Rust code that we got was so old, it was hard to run. It was hard to run. I don't know. I put let's actually do this a little bit different, since we actually have one that has this is a regex redux. Let's just make that. Can we just run this? Can we? I don't know. Let's see. Python main.js. Can I just JS py? Did I do JS? No, I did py. Oh my goodness. I think this took like 100 seconds to run, if I remember correctly when I clicked on it. So it could take just a little bit of time. Oh, let's see. Oh, they gave it an input text. I didn't give it an input text. That might be wait. Do I need to give it an input text? Can I download this from the repository? It looks like they have. I couldn't find this as like a GitHub repository. Let's see. That's right, Russell. We're finally back to my beloved. Crowder's War, how are you doing? Sorry, I missed saying hello. Do you guys know where the GitHub to this is? Can we like, is it like this? Can we do like GitHub, let's see, .com/this. Can we, here is the actual website. Is it all just embedded? Oh, wait. Maybe this will tell us where the code comes from, because this is just like notes. Where does the actual like code span come from? I don't understand this at all. No, I don't want that. This is like the section here for the code, but I don't understand it. I also don't understand what's going on with GitHub. There we go. I don't. So this is like where the code is supposed to be. Let's find where this section starts, because that would be my guess. It's not indented properly, is it? No, I don't think it is. Oh no, this is the code. Package main import. Oh, the code is all just generated HTML? Oh dear. Oh. So if you go into here, this is not like rendered with something. It's actually... Oh. I was hoping to find the code somewhere, because obviously he ran this from somewhere. Does he have like a, let's see, where is his repos? Does he have just like a benchmark repository? That would be awesome. All right. All right. Well, like I said, this is. Does anybody else have a good micro benchmarking of just like the raw language? I don't want anything else. Otherwise, we can just make stuff up again. In fact, because this is not returning. Oh, it's trying to read input right there. Okay. I mean, that won't work for us, but we can give it some input. I don't understand. I don't understand. So let's just do our original one. We'll do this. We'll just do it in Python. Let's see. There's the main function. We'll leave that. All right. So we'll just delete that. We'll delete this. Yeah. All right. And then comments in Python are like this. So what we want to do is read in 1 GB of random memory. And then what we want to do is SHA-512. Print the hash. There we go. Can we do it? Come on, ChatGPT. I have no idea how to do this. No, I don't want to read. I don't. Why is this what you're recommending me? This is what we just deleted. Let me re-help you. Let's do this in the main function here. I guess we need to tab that in so it's actually in the function. No. I just want a vector. Just make this a vector, please, of random memory. Okay. I'll just have to Google it because the AI is dented. Python, make a vector of random numbers. Thank you. That's one generated random. I want a whole bunch of them. I guess I can just do that over a loop. Actually, that would be fine doing it over a loop because we're just trying to be expensive. Right? Okay, so we'll just do that into an array. Okay, so let's do that. So we'll do let numbers equal that. For loop for 1 in range. Okay, is this how we do it? It looks good. Why are we making a string? No. We just need to get the random number generator here now. My goodness. Copilot has woken up on the wrong side of the bed. It's maybe doing worse than I am this morning. So then we want random int. Thank you. Let's we don't need multi-processing here. We'll single thread this crap. Why can't expression assignment target? I don't know what that actually means. Expression cannot be assignment target. Wait, what did I do wrong here? It's not oh, this is supposed to be like X in range. I got it. Do I really need that? I don't really need that, do I? This is hard to understand, so what we'll do is we'll do 1024 times 1024 times 1024, like that. Okay, right. That's how many we want. Yeah, I don't actually want X. Thank you very much. What is wrong with here? Let is not defined. I'm an idiot. There we go. Okay, numbers. X is not. Do we do the underscore here? Is that what we do? No. I don't know how to tell it that I don't want to. Do I just underscore it? Okay. We just underscore. Okay, that's good. Okay, so numbers append random int. Yeah, okay, great. Now, don't print numbers. I want to SHA. Please, for the love of all things good, SHA. Please SHA this. Thank you. Gosh dang it. You really want to print them. Okay. You know what? I'll let you print them. Let's see if we can get to the SHAing. Python SHA 512. Is Copilot actually better at Rust now? Is that what we've just learned? Like, we're not even to the AI games yet. And is that what we found? Hashlib. Okay. Let's see. Or am I doing something like really wrong here that like it just can't deal with? Oh, this needs a string. Ooh, can I do like 2 string? SHA 250 512 requires a string. Hey, I'm happy that there's types here. I'm happy. Okay. So 256 requires a string. Not like a byte buffer. So I guess that I just need to... Wait. What is the type here? Is this the type or is this the type? I think this is the type, not this. This is just the name. Okay. Readable buffer is much better. So we should be able to use a byte buffer. Okay, that's good. That's good. Let's check that out. So we just need to encode it UTF. String is a super confusing var name. It got me. I mean, granted, I don't do Python almost ever. Can we just do like encode? No. So we could make this, we could convert this random int to a string, to a byte. Let's just make a byte buffer, right? Let's do that. Python make random byte buffer. I don't care that it's efficient. Oh, here we go. The OS module. Why didn't I think of that? Oh my goodness. I did all of this nonsense when there was just a good way to do it. Okay. Let's see. We'll have to import OS. Thank you. Copilot finally did something. All right. Let bytes equal this. Thank you very much. We'll do the 1024 just to make this a little bit easier to understand what that number is. Why don't you like... Oh, no. I keep putting let's stop that. All right, so then maybe we can just get rid of that. And then we can just do like bytes here. And are we just done here? We just need to do print here. And let's see if this works. It works. Slightly slower than the Rust one. For a single one. So what we need to do is do this. Actually, we can just, for I in range of 10, we did it with 100 times, just to give a good baseline. Okay, what was I? It's not a curly brace. I almost did a curly brace, but you know. It's fine. I got it. You know what? I think Python's going to be slow enough. We don't want to do this 100 times. Let's stop that. Let's just start with a baseline of 10. We'll do 15. And then while this is running the first time, we'll search for how to get this into Wasm, because there's like a tool to use to get to Wasm. It's like Python to Wasm or something like that. How's everyone doing this Saturday, by the way? I hope your weekend has started well. Or, you know, I mean, some of you might be well into your weekend. It might be later in the day. I hope it, you know, went well so far. Python to Wasm. Wakwasm. You need that. Yeah, Py to Wasm. Oh, okay. So this was my guess that Wasm might be faster than. Oh, they're saying native is still faster. Oh, this sucks. If this is actually just slower than Python, ooh, that's gonna hurt. We'll see. We'll see though. Oh, yeah. What? Oh, it's a Python dash. No? No? Let's see. Arch Pi to Wasm. Pi to Wasm. Are you serious? You have failed me, Arch. You have failed me. All right. So then I have to go with virtual environments, right? Is that my only recourse here? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Well, we'll just have to do this. We can try pip X. Well, let's try pip X. Let's go. Pip X. Now, how do I use pip X? Can I just do pip X install? Yeah, it looks like it. All right. Pip. I'm guessing it just does it right here. We'll see. Install Pi to Wasm. Oh. All right. All right, there we go. Let's how are we running the Rust? I forget. What did we end up on? We weren't using time anymore, were we? Yeah, we were using perf, right? Okay, we were using perf. So we can run perf again this way. For run python main.py, right? Wait, we don't need the Wasmer part. We're just perf stat here. Is there a like I said, we can't use a language because people are asking me like why I wasn't using Rust bench or things like that, and it's because like I have to be doing it outside of the language. So I don't know if there's a better way to do this. I'm not sure. Look at this. Beautiful. Shaws. Are you all ready to make a really bad hashing algorithm? It's something we're going to do later this year. Bad hashing algorithms. All right, so we utilized one CPU, which is kind of what we expected, right? Because we didn't multi-thread it, which is fine. We're not trying to make the most performant thing or anything like that. That's literally not what we're trying to do. So, 13 seconds, 26 seconds. This is interesting. This right here is really interesting, right? So in Rust, this same operation was mostly just user space, right? And not system, not the kernel. I find this really interesting. I don't know enough to tell you what was happening there, but okay, let's and this isn't a Rust versus Python. I don't know the inner implementations of the getting random stuff. Like, who knows? Don't know, don't care. It was slower though, but okay, let's use this Pi2Awesome. Pi2Awesome, this. Okay, I mean, if this is all I have to do, this is fantastic. Pi2Awesome main.py. Main.py. Oh. Main.wasm. Didn't I just install that here? Installed and these apps are now globally available. Pi2Awesome. Oh. Well then. Well then. These apps are now I love this. These apps are now globally available. These apps will not be globally accessible. Okay, I didn't read. I didn't read. My fault. My bad. I No, wait. Okay, we'll just source this. I thought that they would do that for me, but I guess there we go. Compiling Python. The Python version 3.12 is not supported by okay, can pipx change our look, I don't do Python. I don't do Python as a general rule of thumb. I just don't do it. So I'm sorry. We're learning. We're learning. Can pipx change the version of Python right here? Like not at the system level? I don't know what pipx is. Pipx install older Python. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons I don't love Python, but I do think that this is still a fun test. So I'd like to get this set up because it's not about the language as much as like just how it, we're trying to understand WASM better. And this is part of understanding WASM better. Pipex manage Python version. Maybe Pipex can't do that. Maybe we need to use PyEnv. It's PyEnv, right? Oh my goodness. I hate Python. Should we do a different language than... I wanted like a slow JIT because my thought was a JIT language could actually maybe be faster compiled. That was the thought, where like, you know how Rust so far has been about 2.5 times slower in WASM. I was thinking that Python might be faster in a JIT compiled language, or in like a ahead of time. I think they're just using PyEnv. So let's see if we can't do something with that. I don't think that I have that. Oh, I do. We're cooking. Let's do this. I don't remember how to... How do I set the version? Install. Let's see. Which version do we need? We need 3.11. 3.11. Ruby, I don't know. Has Ruby reached its full potential? That's what you have to ask yourself, actually, Cat Muffin, because we learned last week that for a language to reach its full potential, it has to implement WASM. It looks like Ruby has reached its full potential. Not hamstrung by antiquated building to a single distribution anymore. Good for it. Okay, now how do I switch? Oh my goodness. Restart your shell for the I don't want to restart my shell. All right. Is this what we wanted now? No. I need to look. 1 second. Oh, do I need to do this global? I don't really want it global. I'm just going to do it here. How do I PyEnv set Python version? Come on. Let's text. I just want the easy way. Is that not a possibility? Is this too much to ask? I Okay, we've installed. We've installed. No easy way. Yeah. All right, we're just doing global. We're going global. We're going global, everyone, because that seems to be about the only way to do it. $3.11. Now. I feel lied to. I feel lied to. Pi 2 Wasm is probably not picking it. Oh. Let's actually try that. Python version. No, this is, I mean, this is still picking up the 312, right? I guess it's maybe capital V. We can just do that. Single. Right. Yeah. PyEnv is not working. It's broken. Broken. Wait, what were they doing? Okay, so PyEnv is not configured correctly. PyEnv is not. PyEnv thinks it's doing 311 like I asked it to, but it's not doing it. It's not doing it. Do I have to run init again? Just tell me what it does. The code produced by PyEnv init must be, what code is it producing? It doesn't give me anything to source here, right? You mean this right here? It's not giving me something to source. There's not putting this in a file. Let's see. It didn't give me a thing to... Oh, okay. Okay, so you guys are just saying to eval the crap that it puts out. Okay. Why doesn't it just do that? I see. So it's saying that I can put this in my bash or I can just... Okay. I see. Okay. Cool. Gosh dang it, that still didn't fix this though. So now it's just Pi 2 Wasm is not picking up. All right. Pi 2 Wasm, do you have an experimental? We did all of that. Do we have, can we just use experimental? It says is only experimentally supported. Gosh dang it. Pym shell again, maybe? I don't know what you mean by that, Wusha. Pym shell before running the... You want me to do this every single time I do a thing? I mean, this is running the Python at 3.1. Pym versions. It has the 3.11 selected. I don't think I understand what you're asking. I'm sorry. You want me to Pym shell again? So you're wanting me to actually run this? Shell integration not enabled, right? What? Oh no. Oh, not residual mind. That's a good idea. Install pip with pipx again. That's actually you know, I don't know what I'm doing. But that's actually a good idea. Maybe I have the wrong one. Hey, how's everyone doing? Some old timers here. Actually, actually, we could do it with yeah, pipx is still just pipx is not picking this up. We could do a Docker container, right? Because we just need to compile. We just need to compile it, right? So we could just either make this a Docker. This should be a Docker container, right? Right? Pi 2 Wasm Docker image. Yeah. We should there should be a Docker image of this, right? I love every Python project that actually does something really cool is like 37% C. Is like, okay, thank you. Python's amazing. Does this have... Can I just guess? Docker pool Pi 2 Wasm. All right. Docker Hub. Pi2 Wasm. I could just, I guess there's no Pi2 Wasm, which this means we have to create, okay, are we creating a Docker file? Oh my freaking goodness, I hate Python. Docker file. Okay, we're doing this. From Python, let's do 3.11. Run. Sure, I have no idea what that is, but we don't need to copy anything. Are we just going to use volume mounts to mount the thing we want to compile? Is that how we're going to do it? I don't know. Let's see. Run pip. Oh, I don't know why I'm installing requests here. What is this? We need Pi2 Wasm. Is that all we need? I think that's actually all we need, because what we want to do is just have that as a thing that we can run. Then we can mount our local file system and. Okay, let's actually just try this. There we go. I thought that's what I did, because I went to the PyM website and they just had you do this. Not that. What did they have us do? I forget what they had us do. They had us do this. They had us do the eval on it with init and path. Are you telling me there's more that I need to do? Because we can copy this into my profile. That's fine. Their instructions on their website said to do that. You know. All right. If you're telling me that there's more, yeah, that didn't work. It's quite a bit of a tool to set up. Let's see. All right, so I got to read how it works. Installation. We have it installed. Yep. We have it installed. My goodness. Or run this to install Python to your shell as a shell function. Huh, I thought that's kind of what I did. Interesting. Oh, I guess I did this, not this. We can do this. Okay. I wish that they had less words and more like steps. Let's see. Does it do it? Does it do it? No, still not working. Okay, set up your shell environment for PyEnv. Maybe this is what we skipped. Okay. We don't need upgrade notes. For bash, we don't need bash. For zhush, we copied this. They just want us to echo this stuff. Okay, okay. Oh, they want it to be on the Z profile? Ugh. Well, let's see this. We got that. Let's try this. Okay, so you're saying PyEnv shell now. We can do that. No shell specific version configured. PyEnv versions. So it's saying no, 3.11 is set. Oh, I think. Okay, wait. Can we do like 3.11 here? Is that what we need to do? Now, do I need to restart my shell or not? I don't know what it wants from me. Because I've already done those things. Let's see if this installs 3.11. No. PyEnv shell. What cat method? Okay. I just want to point out for all of you that said I didn't read, because I did at least read some. We're halfway through 1,000 lines, and we haven't gotten to PyEnv shell that yet. Just okay. Maybe that's what we missed. A quick start would be fantastic here. Absolutely fantastic. Because we're through here. PyEnv shell. Let's see it. It's mentioned in here before we've gotten to installing. It got mentioned before installing, which is fantastic. And then it's more than halfway down before we get to this. Like, that is a lot of stuff to go over and read all of before you... I don't know. Quick start's good. This is the quick start? Oh my goodness. If this is the quick start, the Kubernetes install quick start is less. This is what you should judge your quick starts off of, right? kubeadm install. Look at this. This is it. Okay? Oh, this still didn't even work. Didn't. At least the shell is working. At least the shell is working. So I'm back to... Yeah. PipX is like, screw that. Does PipX needs to be installed for every Python version? I mean, the people we were reading were using pipx with pyn, right? Now maybe there's something special we need to do. Oh, okay. Let's see. Maybe I need to tell pipx where to run. It should just use whatever the shell is right then. Oh my gosh, I hate this. I know. Max Dev, I looked at it and that's where we got to here. I was like, let me just build one. Wait, does this work? No, it doesn't. Well, because I just screwed that up. So why are we doing Python? I wanted to see if a slow JIT language would actually compile to be faster or as fast as the native language. So what we found out so far with Go and Rust is that all appearances is that Wasm is slower by a decent amount, about 2.5 times slower. Now, we haven't done a wide breadth of tests, which we'd like to get to, but one of the ideas was maybe a language that's notoriously slow, like Python, would actually be faster if compiled into Wasm. That was my hope and goal, at least. That would be like a really cool win, but I don't know. And I think that it is conspiring to... you know, I didn't tag this, did I? Pi to Wasm. It's gonna be slower. Oh, really? So Python compiled to Wasm is slower than native Python? Oh, the whole interpreter is compiled into Wasm? Oh no. Oh no. I thought if that's the case, that's terrifying. That's terrifying. I thought that maybe it was compiling it to ahead of time. So like it was just okay, well, we'll see. We're close. I feel close with this. Right? So we should be able to do something like Docker run Pi wait, what were we doing? Pi to Wasm, and then we just want to volume mount. We just want to volume mount like the local data, right? Can we do that? Is this acceptable? Maybe we do this. Let's see. Do we need to do like this isn't gonna work because we're not telling it where yeah. Wait. What did I screw up here? You know what we can do? I was thinking we could just like volume mount this into it. Let's see. Is this what we tagged it at? Yeah. IT to awesome. Right. Yeah. Hi to awesome. Okay, so that worked. The command worked. So now all we have to do is do this, but with the like that, right? Wait. Isn't it V for volume mount? I'm not crazy, right? I mean, not that this is anything indicative of this. Let's ask ChatGPT. Come on, chat. How to volume mount on Docker run? It's -V, right? Yeah, it's -V. ChatGPT said it is. Path on host to path in container. Oh. I did it in the wrong spot. Right. We gotta do it right here, right before the image. Okay, destination can't be. This is fine. We'll deal with this. Where do we want destination to be? Where? Let's make a working. Let's do this actually. This is fine. Let's do workdir app. We'll just make it app, and that's where we'll mount stuff into. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Max Dev Mastery. Read my comments. There. I just read it. Running an interactive terminal mode so that it is... that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. One thing you have to remember is, one, your comments come in at a delay. And two, I can't read your comments and actively do something at the exact same time, right? That's just not actually possible for me. So, but yes, you got it. App is a good one. We'll try that one. Okay. So in here we should have this, and so now we should be able to pi to wasm main.py. Oh, dang it. Oh, okay. This is fine. We can fix this. So we just need to run this. Now I don't know what base Python is on. So we're just going to go with apt, right? I'm going to guess it's Debian. That's like a pretty popular one, right? Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. All right, what is Python image? What is the base of the Python Docker image? I don't know if I trust this. You know what? You know what I can do? Watch this. This will be easy. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to... Where was our this? And then we'll just do... Yeah. So app is installed. Wait. Wait, what is this error? Failed to resolve process. What was this? Unable to locate okay. Well then. What we need to do is... That was a generic. I bet you it's in a I bet you it's in a... like dev tools or something. Dev. Is this patch health or pat shelf? I don't know. It's in SID. SID. Okay. Not SID. No, I just jumped to that. Oh no, it's patch elf. It's patch elf. I'm going with patch chelf though. I like that. I prefer that better. Patch chelf. I just want to know how to install it. Elf utils. Wait. Update. Oh, okay. Update actually let me do the patch shelf. That's what we're calling it. Okay, so let's we should have done that in the base Docker container. I was being lazy. I mean, honestly, I kind of expected, like, I don't know. I don't know what I expect from a Python Docker file. You know, I guess that's probably my bad. I expected things from a Docker file. Here we go. Now we're cooking. I guess we could have just used that one that we had, honestly, because we had already done this. But now it's baked in. We have the power now. Okay. Here we go. Pi to wasm main.py. Is it just gonna work? Come on. Come on. You can do it. Commercial grade. I want that commercial grade. I only want commercial grade Python. None of this non-commercial grade Python. Do I need to become the maintainer of the official Pi to Wasm Docker container? Is that what needs to come to happen? I'm not doing it, by the way. That was a joke. All right. We have Wasm. All right, let's get out of this. Let's get out of this so we can actually run Wasm. We won't be able to run Wasm in the container. And it should be here now. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thanks everybody for your help. Sorry, I'm not always ignoring you, but I can't actually think in the terminal and what I'm doing and read chat the entire time. So I am ignoring you, but I don't mean to ignore you when that's happening. All right, so let's now run this. I guess we're gonna need to run. Oh boy, this is a little while ago now. This is a little while ago. That was a happy little adventure. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Residual Mind, for following. There's your generated custom message just for you. Just for you. None of this sharing the same welcome message. Everybody gets their own welcome message. Everyone's special. If it makes up something entirely wrong about you, I'm sorry. I have no uh-oh. Why did this not work? Oh no, people. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. We needed the right NumPy. Do we still need NumPy? Oh, we have, oh my goodness. We have is not access. Yeah, okay. We changed versions of Python. Which means I think I need to recompile. Right? It compiled to Wasm, but like, did it have everything it needed installed? I'm not sure. We'll find out if it works. All right, we're just running the .py, get another baseline. Oh, I know I could do Control R. I was having fun to look back at how much I typed. Sorry. I'm quite adept at searching through my history. So. All right, 1326. Let's do this now with instead of Python, Wasmer run. What is this? Wasm? I think it's main.wasm. Oh my goodness. We got to recompile it, which is fine. You know, we got that. Right, we can just recompile, right? Because we just removed the dependency because we didn't need it. So this is pi to Wasm main.py. That's all we need to do. All right. I don't want to run this again because I like it being on the same screen. What we're going to do is we're just going to copy this over to here. And we'll get this. That's hard to read. That is hard to read. That is not pleasant. What's a Docker? I don't know. I've never heard of her. I don't know. I think that's the joke, right? Okay. Anyways, what's a Docker? Did we do it, Catmush? I'm not sure if we've done it yet. This has been more problematic than just about anything we've done so far. You know, you want to do consensus? I'd much rather do consensus in Rust than use Python. Oh my goodness. All right. All right, this is fail fast, everybody. Literally the reason I hate Python. It compiled even though it knew that that environment didn't have that thing installed. The dependencies weren't there. It cannot believe it that people use this and use it in production. Like, they just have to be smarter than me because, like, there's no way that I could write Python and have any idea of releasing that Python into, like, zero ways. Zero. Yeah. Learns to sleep. Are you actually asking what Docker is? Because if you are, I absolutely can go into what Docker is. If you're confused. I was kind of half joking, or I was half assuming that you were joking. What's Wasm? Wasm is a magical land that will take your code and run it slower than if you actually just compiled it for your program. We know, Dirk, if it is not Nix Haskell, maybe Clojure. I'm just going out on a limb. It's terrible. We get it. Most of us live in a terrible world. Then we have to learn to deal with it. I use Windows. I have no idea. I don't know if you should be here. Well, learns to sleep. We like to try to learn. And that's what we're doing right now. We're trying to learn the effects of Wasm on your code. So we learn a lot of code in here. Sometimes we learn life lessons. So you're more than welcome to be here. You can run Docker on Windows. So if you program and you're on Windows, you can use Docker. Now there's two ways of running containers on Windows. You can actually run Windows containers and you can run Linux containers via, I forget the abbreviation. The Windows subsystem for Linux. What's the abbreviation? Oh wait, it's Windows subsystem for Linux. I'm such a WSL. So yeah, you can use WSL to join along because I am running on Linux here, but Windows does have that WSL, so you can get into some Linux yourself if you're wanting to learn about it. $81 seconds is let's see, 81 seconds is about two times the speed. So look, I'm not sitting here saying that Wasm is terrible, but it effectively doubles the execution time of your code is what we're seeing in general across different languages. Now, this is one specific thing. So maybe it's just really bad at shawing or really bad at random memory. And that might be true. So we're definitely going to have to run more tests because there's a lot of things that are at play, and this is why it's really hard to effectively do these types of things. But we're starting to get an idea. Do you blog post Merrick counts? Kind of. What I do sometimes is I YouTube sometimes. So you can check me out. So you can do at Null Labs. This is like my bigger videos that I put more time into here. So you can check. Actually, there's a command for this. It's called at YouTube. So this is kind of how I blog. The other way that I blog is you can check me out at the Null Bytes. And the Null Bytes is basically video blogs, just about random crap. So you can go check those out. I do them live here. So if you're on the live stream, you get them first. But if you're not on the live stream, you can go check them out. I'm trying to release 2 of them a week. That's what I'm trying to do. So you can go check those out. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I did misread your your question. I do sometimes. Okay, so like this was one. This one was, there was a blog article on WebAssembly and Kubernetes go better together, which was actually a lot of fun because we actually had an entire 3 or 4 hour stream based off of this, where we actually got WebAssembly running in my Home Labs Kubernetes cluster and got it. So basically we did this where we read this article. I gave a lot of my thoughts. So I do it a little bit differently. So what happens is I'll get an article like this, WebAssembly and Kubernetes go better together. And without reading it, what I do is I go through and I give some of my thoughts on what could be happening or what the people mean or whatnot. And then I try to dive into, so again, and then I try to see like where my opinion beforehand, it differs from the readers and whether I disagree with them or whatnot. So yeah, we go through that first and then we dive into the article and read the article. I don't know. I try to do a little bit more than, I don't love React. I like learning. And so I try to take these as learning experiences. So I don't just pick a article that would be fun to react to. I try to learn. And that's what we've done with this. Like I said, we took this article and then the next stream after this, we actually implemented Wasm in Kubernetes, which was a lot of work. Not nearly as easy as I thought it was going to be. Yeah, so anyways, that's, yes, a little bit. Not a ton. So if you have an interesting article or something that you'd like to get my opinions on, thoughts on, get deep discussion on, please drop it in the Discord or in one of these. I'm happy to do it. A rant about front-end development. Oh my gosh. Is this my spirit animal, this person? Okay. You know what? I could do a react to this. I am not a front-end developer, but I am fed up with front-end development. Absolutely. I would appreciate that. What could be wrong with front-end? You know what? I have noticed there's just one problem with front-end. Literally, there's one problem that could fix all front-end development. You guys aren't going to believe this one little trick that would just fix it. What we have is an ecosystem. This is the front-end ecosystem of tools. And the problem is they all suck. And if we just created one tool to rule them all, that would fix all the problems of these. it would fix the whole problem. So what we really need to do is just start another project, start another front-end framework, because I'm pretty sure that's what it needs. I'm pretty sure. Wait. Read a warning. I don't understand. What warning? Wait. This article is filled with profanity. Ask your Scrum Master if 8 points of profanity is too much to handle today. Max Dev Mastery. You're right. It's like creating a perfect language. I'll be the first person to admit that Rust is by far from perfect. I like Rust because I like a lot of the concepts that the community tries to hold to, you know, with like the failing fast and trying to prove that a thing is correct instead of just hoping it is. Oh, that's actually what they say. Oh, that's fantastic. This person, I literally is my spirit animal. Who is this? Who is this? My fantastic. Okay, anyways. Cat Muffin, one day somebody's going to believe you're being serious. What do you mean by that? I am serious. What did you mean by that? I am serious. Seriously, I'm serious. Cat Muffin, I'm talking to you. Right now. Having a serious moment. I'm very serious right now in this message. I hope that you believe it. I hope that you can believe it. Bring yourself. Dig deep down. And believe. I'm being serious right now. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I couldn't help myself. I have no idea what you were thinking I was going to be serious about, but welcome. Anybody that joined during that. I love you, Cat Muffin. You're fantastic, by the way. All right. Let's jump into the database code. What I'd like to do is start testing some of the database that we've done. This was fun. We got Python working. I can't find another micro benchmark that actually works. Like, I cannot copy and freaking paste any of this stupid stuff. And that's kind of annoying me at this point. So I'm going to have to come up with my own algorithms. And so I'll think of another algorithm and we'll do it. And we'll just do that for a couple of weeks. Whenever I come up with another type of algorithm that's either computationally complex or whatnot, whatever we're doing, we'll do it, we'll implement it, and then we'll run it in Wasm, and we'll see how it does in Wasm as well. Eventually, we'll get kind of a set of benchmarks that we'll have, and then maybe I'll make a video on it, just with my findings so far. So, all right, database stuff. Sweet. Oh my goodness, Python wrecked me. Maniac. Haven't you followed me before? I'm glad you're seeking purpose, though. The Null Party. Outcast seeking redemption. I love how my AI subtly shames me in every single one of these. Subtly jabs at me. I need to have a talk with it. Okay. So let's get into this. We want to. What were we wanting to do? So we want to actually start testing Raft. How many screens do you have? Why are you asking? You've got a picture of your desktop. What's so interesting? Max Dev Mastery, thank you so much for joining the stream. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Super appreciate you guys coming out and supporting. You've looked up to read the following message. I don't look up to read the following message. That message is a lie. That message is a lie. I do look this way to look at the camera. The camera's right here. So sometimes when I'm talking, like when I have my serious conversations down deep in the soul, I'll look this way. And that's because I'm looking at the camera. I have the chat up over on this screen and Discord. So I have them side by side. So Discord's up over here. Chat is up. The screen that I'm working on. And then I have like the Twitch monitor with all of the specs and stuff and like what's actually being streamed out over here. Oh, the AI messages. Okay. So fun fact. So I stream via a streaming PC. So basically, I have my Linux PC here. And this is what I work on. And this has its monitors here, which are Trace. The 3 monitors here, which, this is the one that you guys see. This has stream monitoring stuff, and this is chats. Okay, the one that I didn't mention is far off on a wall, which is why I kind of squint when I look at it. And this is the stream monitor. This is actually the PC that's streaming. PC streaming. It's a little Mac Mini. That sits way back here. So basically the HDMI cable that goes to this monitor gets split right here and goes here. The really cool thing about this, there's a couple reasons I really like this. Even though it complicates the setup for like audio and stuff. The really big thing that I love about this is I can actually restart this computer. So we can do stuff. We can play around with Arch, which when I started streaming, that's what I was doing, was I was playing around with Arch, learning some. And I could kill my networking and not interrupt the stream. We can literally reboot and not interrupt the stream, which I really, really like. I can do stuff where I'm hitting the CPU on this and not affect the stream. So my CPU, my GPU and everything is for doing whatever we're doing, not for streaming. The little Mac Mini just does the streaming. The Mac Mini with the thumbs up issue. Yeah. That's what that comes from. So that's why. So the thing is, I don't get Twitch alerts on my main PC. So coming full circle, the only way I can see the Twitch alerts is by looking at the monitor that's way over there and looking up at the little Twitch alerts that's up on it. And it's hard to read. So anyways, that's the only way I know. Sorry, long story short, I can get a picture on Discord. You're running Linux PC on bare metal. Yes. This is a Linux PC. That's somewhat of a lie. It's a dual boot. There is a Windows. I barely use it at all anymore because I got Steam running on this. So I used to, 1 second. I used to play games on Windows, but so far I haven't needed to. Now that Steam takes a little while to start up, but that's not entirely true still because I still edit videos. I haven't gotten DaVinci Resolve to work on Linux. Supposedly it works. I cannot get it to work with my GPU. I have a 4070. I cannot get it to recognize that there's a GPU, and it just hard crashes. I don't know why Steam is not starting at this point. Well, maybe this last update broke it. What's this? Well, fantastic. Fantastic. But it is a dual boot. But I mean, this is not in a VM. It's just here. Any good Steam games on Linux you'd recommend? Cat Muffin, you call anything with more? Okay. So Cat Muffin, I agree with you. This is for sure a mothership setup, and it's actually really stupid. So for work, I like one big monitor, like one big 4K monitor for coding, where I can have the stuff that I'm working on, and then a second monitor for my Slack and email. That is kind of off to the side that I'm not really focusing on. But if I want to glance over there to check, I can. I like that setup, and I cannot see it needing any more than that. This is particularly useful because because of the streaming, where I find it useful. And the one monitor that so this monitor that's up here that the streaming PC uses is a super old. This monitor is 20 years old now. It's like one of the first TN panels. It's like super dim. But like that's all it does. But it does kind of look mothershipy. 1 second, I can take a quick picture. There you guys go. I'll put that on Discord for you all. There you guys go. Okay. That's it in random there for you. Maniac, welcome. You're like the first non-suspicious account in a while that has joined our Discord. Yeah, I'm watching you, suspicious people. I'm watching. I've seen you. The Subway Surfer? What? What? I don't know what you're asking. You have to understand, I'm not a great memer. I'm not a great memer, okay? Most people make memes about me, not with me, okay? So you got to keep the meming to a little bit, because, like, I make YouTube videos. I am not in the YouTubing culture, not yet at least. Not yet at least. Not yet. All right, let's start looking at how we can test consensus. All right, so the best way to test consensus would be to completely rewrite it. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So basically, every single stage in Raft, there's basically three different, in the Raft consensus protocol, there's the three different. You can be a follower, a candidate, or a leader. And in each one of those, at this point, it's not abstracted away. And that's our problem. So if we look at the candidate state here, whenever there is a, let's see, messages on message, whenever there is a request here sent in, they send in all the other Raft clients. And what I think really needs to happen here is, instead of sending the Raft clients in, this is the problem here becomes the communication. So when this runs, it's really chatty. You know, we can do, I don't know, Docker compose up. And you can see how chatty it gets. So these are all the messages being sent. And this is actually a slowed down. Actually, raft.io has a pretty good animation, because you can slow this down or speed it up. So this is the normal speed. So these are all the messages. If you it doesn't actually come through the capture very well. It's blazing fast. But we can slow it down. Whoever's the leader sends out these messages to each follower. And you do this 10 times per second is the standard. You can actually change how fast that happens, but 10 times a second is the standard. The problem that we have is, to test the consensus, we need 3 nodes, right? A Raft this is a consensus algorithm, right? We're going to make a video on consensus, but Raft is a consensus algorithm, and it's a known consensus algorithm. So it's a known state consensus algorithm, or a known roster consensus algorithm. So if you think of something like, a lot of people nowadays think when you say consensus, they're like, oh, proof of work and proof of stake and blah, 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 blah. Those are unknown. They don't have a roster ahead of time. Those are an unknown roster consensus algorithms. This is a known roster consensus algorithm. And this helps databases with replication and things like that, and coming to consensus on what the agreed upon value is. So it's just an algorithm. Steep learning curve, Cat Muffin? You're right. You're right. This was the learning curve. Hard to impossible to easy. And so configuring Python, Py, and consensus. It's very steep. This was very steep. Some of us got altitude sickness because there's so much more oxygen down here. Things just make sense. Like all of this just makes sense now. Down here in consensus land. So yeah, you're right. It was a steep learning curve change. I agree. I agree. Absolutely. I apologize. I didn't warn us about that. That would be a shock to anybody's system. All right. Yeah, we're in easy land now. This all makes sense. Now, what we did was we made this where it's not easily tested, or not with unit tests at least, because like I showed you here, what I used Docker Compose here for was an easy way to run 3 different nodes and have them actually talk across the network. There's 2 ways that I see handling this. What I really like to do is I'd like to be able to test this logic. So a lot of this logic is on messages. Like, so when we receive a vote request, there's actually logic here. And the thing, there's 2 lines of thoughts here, and we can get into this, but so one group of people would say what I'm about to say is terrible, and they have some good reasons. And then the other group of people would say the other way is also terrible, and they also have some good reasons too. So the truth is probably a little bit in the middle, and you probably should try, if you're really being serious about it, probably should try to do a little bit of both. But the first way here that we can do this is it would be really cool if we could manipulate this state to be exactly what we want. And then we can run a test saying, all right, there's 3 nodes. The last one you've communicated with was at this time. And I expect, because you haven't gotten a communication for X amount of time, that when this happens, you're going to switch to candidate state because you haven't, or when you get this vote request, you're going to grant your vote because you haven't switched to candidate state. You blah, 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 blah. Now, the bad way of this testing, the reason why some people will argue against this testing is because it can let you test unreal scenarios that could literally never happen. Because like you're manipulating state memory before you even start the test. So the other group would then integration test this. Now this is difficult, and like, to be fair, I have never written a test to test consensus. There's a famous person called Jepsen that does this. The Jepsen test, I don't know if their name is Jepsen. I actually don't know their name, but that actually does this. But I think that, and I would love to get them on stream, where they actually, like, that's what they do. The Jepsen tests are to test the ability for your system to reach consensus. So it's actually a pretty hard thing to do. Now, what we're going to do here, we have a problem. This wasn't designed to have the memory manipulated, because it actually needs the other nodes running. So we can't run a unit test and run, 3 fake nodes, because these Raft clients, I don't know that there would be a good way to Can we do this? Can we mock this out somehow? So that we can have... Can we encapsulate this? Can we encapsulate this in another tonic client that doesn't do anything? That's what we would need to do. Kingsbury, Kyle, that's who it is. Thank you. I knew it wasn't Jepson. Kyle. Can we do that? Can we do something effectively where it's like, instead of this, I guess we could do like some trait with Raft client, and then the implementation for let me just try this. I think it would be cool. So my one thing is I don't want to spend too much time doing this because our whole plan is to then go to a Paxos implementation and whatnot, and this is working. But let's see if we can't do something interesting with a trait here. A trait is going to be a kind of hard refactor, right? Because we're going to have to do a lot of boxing. Let me just play around here with something really quickly. So let's see. Test. We'll just do test here. So I don't know. I don't know what I want to do here. So, like, I guess I was thinking of something like... we could do this, basically. But this is where it gets difficult because, like, we'd have to have these, the append entry response, because these are gRPC messages, right? Maybe this isn't as bad as I'm thinking. And then this becomes just something like this. Oh. I am just hitting all sorts of wrong buttons. This would become something like this. Yeah. Sorry, I don't use traits very often like this because of the pain that they bring like this, but cannot find append entries response and append entries reply. Is this what we want to do? So basically it could have a bunch of fake clients that it thinks it's connected to. Also, this isn't the only thing this implements, right? Yeah, it has like vote and like we'll have to do this for quite a few things. Actually maybe it's just these right here. Vote, append entries. Wait, it's not just vote and append entries, right? Maybe it is. I don't think it's just vote. It is just a vote and append entries. Oh, because we don't have snapshot, right? So the other RPC would be snapshot, which we don't have, and we kind of don't want to implement. And then there's like the fast forward, which we also didn't implement. So I guess it is just vote and append entries. Okay, so maybe this isn't as bad as I was thinking it is. We'll see how bad filtering box dynamic through is. I think that I'm just going to comment this out, and we're going to put this as ref clients, and we're going to see how this explodes. Oh, we'll actually need a implementation of this, right? We'll actually need a thing that implements this. We'll need two things. We'll need the testing infrastructure, and then we'll need okay. So let's do something like this. Start. All right, so then we can do like a... We're gonna call this trait. I know, it's a terrible name. All right, so we can implement it for this. So this is like the actual concrete one, which is just going to redirect, and then we can do like the testing infra, right? Let's see. Is this So this is where we'll need to like define how we want to deal with these things. I don't know how we want to deal with this at the moment. This might be fine. What we probably want to be able to do is actually manipulate this inside of here with how we want to respond. But I don't love this. But this is the only way I can think of doing this without going full-blown integration, which integration is difficult, right? Because you have to replicate different states on the nodes, and it's hard to You know, you can do split brain. That's fine. Because you can just shut down one node and then restart it. But then there's a lot of different states nodes can get into. That's difficult. All right. So now we just need to find where this failed. Wait, required because it appears within the type a raft node. What is required? You have not told me. Yeah, we're gonna have to box some of this stuff. Like this right here, I believe is what we need to box, right? So yeah, we're connecting. Yeah. We can just do box. Oh. New. Did I believe we've committed this? Let's actually check that. Yeah. We were on the branch. Okay, so if we want to just get rid of everything, we can. We're experimenting right now. All right, required by Cologne. Wait. What is used? This annoys me. Required by bound introduced in this call, but what is? It's not telling you what. Okay. We can... Wait. What? Where did we get these clients? Oh, okay. Wait. I think this is a red herring, right? Because the raft clients is an arc, right? This is an arc. So it should be send and syncable. You shouldn't have to make things send, right? Oh, but the trait. You're right. But it's behind an arc, right? The arc and mutex should deal with that, right? Oh, but check this out. We're unwrapping it here. Wait, what are we doing here? Wait. What is this? Oh, this is that new logic that we wrote to connect to all the things. And this is where we're spinning up a background thread for each one. So that's why it's complaining, because we're we're locking it here. And we're putting it in here, and then we're sleeping and we're awaiting, right? But we shouldn't be awaiting over that. This await right here. This await right here. And this is a raft client, right. That's the result. We get that here. And this is the mutex guard, but it doesn't have an arc. And this... What the crap are we doing? What the crap did we do here? We did this last week. This should not be so foreign to me. This is an arc. This clone. But we're not using this. We're using the clone right here. Why isn't this clone? Clone. Is that not supposed to be using the clone? Right? Because we're moving the clone into this, which should be doing the arc. I don't know why or how that was working ahead of this. Right, because now this should be an arc. It was just inserting into a mutex. Oh, okay. This is this right here, not this up here. Okay. I that's why that was confusing me. This is this right here. So we are locking this clone. We're getting the clients and we're inserting the list to it. Okay. That should be fine. Do we need to make it send? I didn't think we did since it was... I didn't think that we needed to make it send since it was in an arc. I'm obviously wrong. When is it sending the Raft client, the dynamic Raft client, across a thread? I feel like I'm missing when that's happening. I guess we can jump over and make a... I guess we'll just do it like it, I think I'm wrong here. I think Tokyo can do it at any time since it's work stealing. Is that true? Is that true? I don't know if that's true, is it? That would be a problem, right? I don't think that without an await that it would switch threads on you. It might steal that thread for a period of time, but I think it would wait for that thread to come back, right? It wouldn't switch the underlying thing because then it would have had to switch all the memory, right? I could be completely wrong on that, but I feel like that's not true. But I honestly don't know. So. Okay, so there was a Vim plugin somebody was using that gave you a list of all the diagnostics for a project. Because right now I can see for my, like here, but I need to go here to like get for the whole project because I know that there was more things. Does somebody know what that is? I think it was who was using it? I wanted to say it was Sergeant Pepper. I was watching Sergeant Pepper. Anyways, I want to see it for my whole project. It's not the next Vim thing. In the leader. Of course it's in the leader. Maybe it was Trouble. Residual Mind. I think that sounds right. I don't have make in the project. I can run cargo check though. The method clone exists for struck mutex, but its trait bounds were not satisfied. The following trait bounds were not satisfied. We could just add clone, right? We can just add clone. The only things that implement this will have clone as well, right? Maybe we can't. Maybe we can't. Required by the bound, for a trait to be object safe, it needs to allow binding a vtable to allow the call to resolve dynamically. For more information, can we not call clone on? That might not be a thing, right? All right, residual mind. We'll try Trouble out. We'll see it. I know that this is causing an error somewhere else in the code. I wish they would just tell me. Ah. The trait Raft client trait cannot be made into an object. The following types implement the trait. Consider dividing an enum, which each variant holds one of these types. That's what I normally do. Oh, this is not right, right? This should be an arc. Why is it? Why is it? Let's see. I'm misunderstanding this. The trait, Raft client trait, cannot be made into an object. The following types implement the trait. Well, that's why it's a box dynamic, right? We could just do this with an enum. That feels weird because I always end up doing this with Rust. Every single time I go to use a trait and I'm like, it's too much work. I'll just use an enum. Literally every single time. Every single time. And I know it has to be my understanding of traits. So maybe this is good that I just bite the bullet and go, because maybe I just don't understand them well enough. No, I mean, I know that I don't in Rust, because every single time I'm like, this is easier to do as an enum. All right, so how are we going to do this? Because this is an arc, but it doesn't like it here because it could be two things, which is true, but that's kind of what I want, right? I think the thing is I can't call clone on a trait. Rust can, actually I want to keep treble here. Rust, can traits be clonable? I feel like understanding the copy trait when looking at the clone trait. Let's see. Is this another provides an abstract definition of common behavior and allow this? The truth is, when working, it's important to understand the nuances of the three most commonly used traits: copy, clone, and dynamic trait object. In this article, we'll delve into the specifics of the trait and explain their use cases that you can effectively implement them and make informed decisions in your Rust project. I understand these traits. I want to know, this is not quite what I'm looking for. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Clone is not a trait object compatible, so a my trait that requires it is not either. Right. Okay. So this is that was my thought. We can't do this, so we can't use clone on it. Right. That makes sense. We can't just slap clone on here because we can't pass it and know its size. This makes sense to me. That means when we're over here, we can't call clone here, right? Because we can't. So we got to do something else here. How does Rust handle this though? Wait, if we have a box, right? This is a box. Can we, I don't know. Yeah. No. This confirmed what I was thinking, but now we need to figure out how to do this. The method clone exists for struct this thing, but its trait bounds were not satisfied. The following trait bounds were not satisfied. Box dynamic clone, which is required. Right. You can't clone the mutex because you can't clone the inside stuff. Okay. Which makes sense. You know, a clone would have to clone all the things inside of it, and it can't clone that. So, how do we do this now? Because this was like the whole thing. We need to get a mutable clone of these things to send the messages, right? Dang. No, Grey Hatter, because you'll just complain about Rust. I'm not falling into that trap. I know you too well. Let's ask ChatGPT. How to clone a trait in Rust. I mean, it's impossible. I think I have to restructure this entire code base for this. Smack, thank you for joining. It's good to see you. First, you cannot directly clone a trait object because the clone trait is not object safe. Right, this means that you can have a trait object that also implements clone. However, you can work around the limitation in a couple of ways. That's what I want to understand. Define a clonable trait. You can create a new trait that includes a method for cloning and then implement it for all the types that you need support cloning. Ugh. That sucks. With this setup, you can create a trait object that supports cloning. Use concrete types. Thank you. Thank you. Do we just do hyper-specific ones? Let's see. Impl clone for box. That's no. Oh, we could implement it specifically for box of my trait, right? Can we do that? No, we can't do that. This wouldn't work. Oh, but it's calling clone box, which is the trait. One second. I don't think I understand this. This doesn't seem like this would work. Oh, and it's giving it a static lifetime too. That's stupid. Okay, so we can't do this if we want to do all of this stuff, which sucks. We have an ad in 42 seconds. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a power ad break. Because I need to make a cup of coffee because I got to get more brain cells working. We can do this with an enum, but I just want to not use an enum for once. Because I feel like that's all I'm doing. So I'm going to be gone for about 15 minutes. Coffee break. I'll be right back. Thanks all for joining, and I'll be back quickly. See you in 15. Oh boy. I leave for just a second. You guys get all ban worthy on me. There we go. There we go. Bots are wild today. Oh. All right. Let's get back to pretending to try to understand Rust. So if I remember correctly, cloning is exactly what we want to do, right? Because that's like the whole thing with the Raft clients, these gRPC tonic. If I remember right, Rust tonic, their whole thing was like, yeah, you should clone them. Because like you need a mutable clone. Where's the crates.io? Let's go to their docs. I forget where we found that. Somebody in the chat found that. But it was basically like, yeah, go ahead and clone them. That's what you should do. Yeah. They take at mutable specs, making concurrent usage of the client difficult. The answer is simply to clone the client, which is cheap as all clients instances will share the same channel for communication. So this is my sticking point here, is this is kind of what we need. But that doesn't work here. So what is the solution here? How do we do this? Also, thanks for the follows while I was gone. If you're not bots, that's amazing. Type something if you're not a bot. I'm glad you guys are liking the stream. Hopefully we learned something today. Well, we've learned two things. Python is hard. That's the first thing, and traits in Rust is difficult. So no, I gotta think about how to do this, right? I can't just willy-nilly do this. I can't clone it because it now has a trait in it, not an actual physical thing, which means then it doesn't know the size. This, my friends, and I know that this is a heresy to a lot of the community, is why I would love a garbage collected Rust. Like, give me everything about Rust except let me garbage collect this crap. Yeah. Yep. No, it's not just Go. Have you ever looked at Go's type system? Have you ever looked at their threading or the lack thereof system? Grey Hatter, I'm ashamed. I thought you would know Go better than that. Isn't that just TypeScript? You're not impressed with Rust threadings either. What would you prefer with Rust? I thought Tokyo was fine. Dug a hole to lower the bar more. You can always get the bar lower. Yeah, Grey Hat, like, I see what you're saying there, but Rust also took the very explicit thing to, like, not make everything in language, but make it where you could implement whatever the language, like, just as the language would. So that would almost be like in the 1990s saying that Boost wasn't C++. But everybody used Boost threading for threads in the 90s or the early 2000s. Let's say early 2000s. I think it was C++ 99, so early 2000s. I think that's a pretty... I don't know. Like, that's a fine stance if you want to take it, but like... Yes, C's threading is the same except not type safe. Sure. If you want a non-type safe, non-memory safe threading, C's threading is the same. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sergeant Pepper, how are you doing? I'm just failing here, so nothing to see. Nothing to see. I need to think about this. I think maybe we should do something else while I think about this. Because I think that this just requires completely restructuring the code. I have to clone this, but I can't clone it. I have to clone it, but I can't. We're failing to write... So... I do this almost inevitably, every single time. I go out, I write a Rust trait. This is obviously in Rust. I write a trait. I start implementing that trait throughout the code. And then I'm like, this sucks. And I make it an enum. We did it with, so like a classic one is, I did this one other time. Our file engine is actually an enum, right? Our file engine is actually an enum on what type it is. I started this out as a trait as well. And then the box dynamics were just painful to propagate through everything and to implement all the wrappers around that. And so what was actually easier was just to make the file engine an enum. And so then we went back and we made the file enum and the records enums instead of traits, because it's just easier. Like it's enums are better traits. Custom trait. Yeah. So the idea here was we were playing around with this. We were looking at, where were we? Was it here? Where were we? Oh, no, not here. Down here for sure. Where? Oh, wait, this would be in Raft. I'm sorry. Raft. Here we go. So basically what we attempted to do here and have failed, and I could do it with an enum, but I wanted to do it with a trait because, like, I need to get my puny little smooth brain around traits so that I stop just not using them. Is this right here. So we had this where we had this tonic channel where we can communicate between Raft nodes. You tend to also make enums? That's what I do, Sergeant Pepper. That's what I do. Oh. So anyways, we have this. Am I avoiding generics? I don't know that generics would make this any different of a problem, right? What we're trying to do right here is generics really wouldn't handle this any differently, right? I don't think so. I mean, maybe I'm missing a way that this would be really awesome in generics. You'd have to expand on that, honestly, for me to. You can't. Oh, wait. Okay. Raft client and clone. Oh, okay. Is that the way to do this? I see what you're saying now, Future Highway. I see what is this how I haven't been using traits and I should have been using traits? I see. I was going to say, Future Highway, every single time I get into a place to box, I regret it. And then I just end up using an enum. And part of me feels like I should learn to box dynamic better. Like, that should be a shirt. Learn to box dynamic better. But I never do it because every single time I get into it, I'm like, this forces me to do stuff weirdly that I don't like. And like the problem that we were looking at before this, whereas like I need to clone it. That's what but I can't because now it's behind a trait. Dang it. Okay, let me think about this, Future Highway. So basically, I want to do a concrete type. But instead of this, I'm going to say this is of T. So I haven't done a ton of generics in Rust, only a few. But let's do this where So RT where T equals the Raft client trait plus clone. Plus send and sync. Yeah. You shouldn't have to do send and sync. Everything should be send and sync unless if you have something inside of it that can't be send and sync. So we can just do clone. So, and then we can get rid of this, right? This whole thing here. And we can say this can be our testing struct. Of T. Let's see. This would have to be like actual implementations, concrete implementations. So here we could say that this right here could be the actual implementation of what we originally had. This right here, right? We could say that this is this right here. Oh shoot. And then we could do like well, okay, so this kind of sucks because now Raft clients is still just a concrete type. So I don't want to do this, right? Because the thing that I pass in, I want to not be of a concrete type, which means I'm going to box dynamic the stupid thing, right? I wanted it to be either this or this. I did change my lighting a little bit. Absolutely, Future Highway. Oh, let's get that PR in. I didn't see it. I'm sorry. That was on me. This is awesome. This is awesome. I'm super happy about this. Let's check this out. Okay, that's good, probably. Why did it say this changed? Okay. Oh, you added anyhow. That's good. I hadn't used anyhow. Oh no, anyhow's there. Did you just rearrange everything? I think you just rearranged everything. We can look at those. I'm sure they're fine. I don't care too much. Okay, it was just sorting. I mean, it's fine if you updated the dependencies as well. Like I said, it's as long as it compiles, it's for education, so. This is probably good. Yeah, I just threw in a good old panic. Oh, you cleaned up all the little hey, this isn't used. I appreciate that. I actually had that on one of the things that I needed to do before the video was to go clean up all this thing isn't used in the compile. So I super appreciate it. No, that's good. That's good. These things all needed to be done. I need to see if when I save, it should be doing those things. I need to check on that because I feel like maybe it's not doing all of those. So I want to be able to pass this as well, right? And if I do this, I can't. This is a concrete type. So I guess I could do this, right? And then just leave this like this, right? I need to think through this. Can we do this? Is this, I've never used a generic inside. I've never made a generic like this, but I think this is fine. Why are we complaining? This was fine like this. I deleted this and I inserted a T. I don't understand. I don't understand what I've done here. What? Oh, I have, okay, I understand now. I was so hard missing the fact that I was leaving an extra thing there. Okay, done. My bad. Yeah, my bad. I got it. One second. We need to actually merge this because this is really good change. I'm gonna just go over Future Highway. You're like way better at Rust than me, so I'm gonna do a really quick PR. But let's see. Wait, this is brand new. Was this not taken somewhere? As key, get key. Oh, you have as key instead of get key. Okay, that's returns the key of a record. I mean, this was a getter. I don't know about this change. It's fine. Oh, you also have get key returns a clone of the record's key. I see what you did. This stops us from copying extra. I get it. Right. No. I sorry, Future Highway. I thought you just renamed it, but you didn't rename it. You did this. I had avoided doing some of this. I want to know your guys' thoughts because my database series is supposed to be. This is notorious in my code base for the database, where I don't use references when I could, and I didn't want people like when I started this. I looked at it like this. I could write it in a very high level language, like Go or C#, but none of those are ones that you would actually write a database in. And even Rust is maybe not one that you would actually write a database in. You'd probably use something more like Zig. But Rust is at least close. And I knew it better than Zig. And then like the other one would be like C. C would be one, but like C is not one that people could get into. So I picked Rust because it felt like the happy medium. But I didn't want to scare people with stuff like this. Like why these two things? I didn't know. That was, I guess, my thought there. Was like I wanted them to just be able to read the code simply. So I've specifically tried to do that. Get a value returns the value of a record. Oh, okay. You're just returning the deref. Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you just sorted. Good. This was just wait. Did getDB path not return a path? Is that why I had an as path here? I'm embarrassed. I should not review this because it's just pointing out like really bad code of mine. Yep, like just really bad code of mine. Oh, we just renamed this to file path. Yeah, this is just renamed to file path. That's cool. Cool. Wait, yeah, I was gonna say, you deleted this. I'm trying to understand exactly what this was about because I don't feel like it was the into vector, right? That was like into vector. Why was I doing this? Why was I doing this in the first place, right? Oh, okay. I was going to say, like, why? I got it. Wait. So, got replaced with reverse. I've never used reverse. That's cool. Oh, you called into iter here. Okay. So you're just calling into iter here instead of in here. I got it. I see. This is fine. This is a better way of doing it. I have always done it like this. I like this. I freaking like this. I don't know. This is probably like C and C++, just like oozing out my pores. I have literally never done it this way. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely. It's relatively new. Okay. I was gonna say I've never used that before, and I've just always accepted this as I've never even tried. Literally never tried. So I like that. This has never really bothered me, of course, but like that's awesome. I think that would be easier for people like coming from Python and stuff. Although one does not just concatenate a Python string. That I do know. I'm not convinced the code previously did not exhibit this behavior. Probably. Let's see. In the event there is a read error. Yeah, I'm not sure. You're probably right that this would just read in a loop forever. Well, no. It wouldn't, right? Because it would error for that line or whatever lines, and then it would move on. So it would only go for as many lines as there are, right? I don't know. Actually, I honestly don't know. Not according to Clippy? Okay, so then I'm not 100% on that one. That's like, let's put that on a list somewhere to investigate. That'd be a fun investigation. Just like try to break it, try to cause it to have errors and see what it happens. Because I honestly, I don't know. Oh yeah. If Clippy says something, I tend not to disagree with Clippy until somebody proves it otherwise, which I don't think that's happened to me yet, so I'm good with it. All right, this all looks good. Looks good. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Future Highway. This looks good. You cleaned up quite a bit and made it cleaner. Way cleaner. Chugging coffee. Cheers. Although I'm not chugging it. I'm not doing that. Microsoft ruined you can't hear Clippy and not think of the little animated paperclip. Ruined you or improved? I mean, let's be honest. Who doesn't want to think of a little paperclip? How are you doing today? Yeah, you took out a bajillion clones. Our database is now a bajillion times faster. Literally a bajillion times. Okay, so this is actually sensitive. Did Future Highway keep the same logic? Let's see. Duration. Okay, so you just flattened this down. Well, okay, so that's this is good. This is good. Okay. So you just flatten that down. Good. Oh man. Looks good. Looks good. Did a good job. You did a good job. This is so much better. Like I said, I didn't know we could do this. I did also use push. Wait. Where's base path created? What is this? Base path. Oh, this is what's being sent in. Did I not use base path originally? Was this a bug? Did my code have a bug that you fixed? I'd have to look at what use generate segment file name. Because I put base path in here. Okay, I put base path. You're right. Absolutely same. Thank you so much for the follow, Chugging Coffee. How are you doing today? What's your favorite language? What language do you enjoy to dabble in on the weekend? Are you a C sharper? Are you a freaking scripter? What about Python? We were doing some Python earlier today. I don't know you. You just joined. You did good, Future Highway. Rust Scrub. Coffee script. Got him. Nice. All right, coffee script. That was a dumb question. You are absolutely right. Absolutely ridiculous question. Let's see. How did I screw this up this badly? All right. I see. This guy's a legend. He actually writes good code. Instead of just writing 2 lines, he writes 1 line that's actually easier to read than my 2 lines. Fantastic. Absolute legend. I need to get better at this. I can comment on Go. I can't do Elixir. You know, I did a little bit of Rails. at when I worked at SUSE. When I first joined SUSE, their main container orchestration thing was in Rails. And like, let me just say, I'm so glad that I came in and helped them rewrite it in Go. As bad as Go is, it's not as bad as Rails. Rails, especially Ruby on Rails, just has too much magic. And the thing is, like, the magic is really cool. And I love magical things that just work, except if you don't know the magic. Like, if you don't know the magic, it's hard to learn, at least in my opinion. I have a hard time learning it. Got rid of clones. Good. Classic Merrick. Okay, this is good. We don't need to look at how bad my code is. I feel like Future Highway, this was your way of being like, Merrick sucks at Rust. Look at this. I would have fixed about half of these things in my cleanup, but only about half. This was really good. Actually, I like this because this is a good learning experience for me. You know, we learned a couple things. I have two major takeaways of things that I can do in my code going forward. First is this. Is doing this in the print lines and whatnot. You know, in the formats, whatnot. I like that. You know, this is less readable than this. Like, this makes sense. I like that. The other thing that you do really well that I need to is crap like this. I probably too often break things out into stuff like this. And another really good example of that is just the iterators. I do this all the time instead of something like this. I think those are like two things that I could really do just to make my code a little bit better. Dirk. Code and AI. Well, welcome, and there's your AI generated message in the depths of the digital realm. Seeking purpose. Today, the AI has been stuck on a wandering group of vagabonds seeking purpose. It literally has been. It gets stuck on trends. Welcome aboard. Everybody gets their own personal message. Ish. Like I said. Ish. We have a big update for that. That just needs deployed. Yeah. And I know the null cloud is supposed to kind of be magic. I'm actually struggling with that, Dirk. I want it to be magic in the right ways. I want you to be able to think about your app as an app running and for it to just work. You know, like, how do I deploy it locally? I want it to almost work in the same way in the cloud, but then have the properties of the scalable and stuff like that. So I agree with you. And I think that there's like probably cognizant steps that we need to think about there, because too much magic, like Sergeant Pepper was talking about with PHP, and my problem with Ruby on Rails is like that magic can be hard to learn. And I think we have to be cognizant of that. Like the cognizant overhead of magic things when people get into it. I want it to be magic in the, you can treat it like a local host almost, right? I don't know if that makes sense, but like, I don't know. Like I said, we're going to learn doing the null cloud, and we'll probably learn how not to do things. Dota 2 attitude. What is your rank in Dota 2 right now? Screenshot it, put it in Discord. because I won't trust that, because you're gonna say you're some divine or something like that, and you're probably some herald. I know that you're a herald. You haven't played. You're definitely a herald. You're definitely a herald. That's the bottom of the bottom. That's like this. That's like when you're really, really bad. That's like all the way down. I don't know all of them off the top of mine, but like, there's like, if this is the rankings, and you know the pros are up here, this is heralds down here. Like Iron League. Yeah. Like Iron League. Yep. Or Bronze League in Age of Empires 4. It's the dumpster class. I actually really like Dota 2. Wasn't trying to make fun of you. Just if you haven't played for 15 years, there's a bunch of new heroes and stuff. I'm also probably Herald. I like playing. The thing I don't like about those games is they're fun to play with friends. They're horrible to play with random people because they're super toxic. Just the worst. No, Dota 2, Dota 2, don't unfollow. I'm sorry. I was just teasing you. My friends are 100% more toxic, but in a friendly way. I don't know if that makes any sense, but like me and my friends we tease each other all the time. Absolutely. But in like a friendly way, instead of like the standard. You know, we're all having fun trying our best. Not so with everybody else. Let's see what's happening here. What's happening here? Oh, okay. I see what you did here. This is good. I have never seen this done. I understand what's happening. I don't understand exactly what this into is. Like, again, I understand what is happening. So you're just putting it into the own string. Like this is cool because mine, I was just collecting into the stirs. Okay. So this is just the same as X and okay. Cool. I've never seen it. So this is one thing that I would have to say that people don't do is, or should. If you're new to software engineering and somebody gives you a pull request, look into these things. Like, understand why they would want you to do this type of thing. And also why you should review other people's pull requests. Like, go and if you're wanting to learn and you're wanting to learn a project, go and review the pull request made for that project. And then instead of just looking at this and being like, oh, I at least understand the concept, go and like, I'm assuming that this is a function. I'm actually going to have to look at it up because I want to understand it. Rust into. Is it like a function? Let's see. Yeah. It's just a function in into that takes us off. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. But it's and that's what I'm doing with Future Highway here. I'm learning so much from him. What was the goal of this PR? This PR was Future Highway fixing my code. Future Highway is a legend, and they came around and was like, hey, we'll make this code better for everybody, which is actually really good because this code is educational code. And so this is better educational code. This is better code. So I super appreciate it. Huge shout out to Future Highway. This looks good. All right, a lot of this is just like some cleanup stuff. Like this is just cleanup. Yeah. All right. Cool. Skill issue not into. Why'd it need fixing? Sounds sus. Well, because I am not a demigod, and thus I cannot produce perfect code the first time through. In fact, the code that we're looking through here has gone through like 20 iterations, which in and of itself also makes it more likely that you have derelict code that's not right because the underlying code has changed or stuff like that. So a lot of the times when code changes, you get this type of stuff, especially when you're going quickly like we have. Thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. A rogue warforged. What's a rogue warforged? But I mean, you're more than welcome here. You have some kinship here. I don't know quite what that is, but I'm happy you're here. Seems pretty refactory. Sure. Now, what I don't get is this right here. My Vim is supposed to reformat those. All right. So we throw this down here and then save it. It's not doing it. It's broken. That's my bad. I need to get that fixed, right? We should always have these sorted automatically. I don't like sorting manually. Those should just... I'm sure that Future Highway is just sorted automatically whenever he saved a file. Didn't we make this change already? I feel like we did, but maybe we didn't. Or maybe we did it somewhere else. Because I feel like we did this change already, where we went to the mutable nodes here to send the value. This actually happens a couple of places. So it's possible that we missed one. Good change, though. I'm using NeoVim. I thought, you know what, we did update to the new Kickstart, and so maybe the auto sorting has been broken with that. I thought that we did something on, let's see. I thought that we did something for sorting, right? In Vim. In it. All right. Rust. We did this because we wanted to just use what's locally, right? The LSP locally. I think we haven't actually updated it since we updated to the new kickstart, right? So we can look for actually let's look at LSP because I do most of the stuff through LSP. Let's see. Do I do anything on save? I used to have something on buffer, right? Like on buffer save. I don't think I have anything anymore. I think we need to, that's the problem. So, do you guys remember a couple weeks ago, the Rust got really screwed up? My Rust got really screwed up where it wasn't using what was on the system. And so there was a mismatch between the LSP and what was actually running. And it caused basically nothing to work. And so my solution then was to just remove it. So it would use what's on the system, right? What is this? What is this? I have not seen this. We can install this if this will fix. All right. I mean, if this is all I needed, let's do this. This plugin's already lazy. All right, fine. It's already lazy. All right, so for the new people that have joined, that are just wait, I guess there's an ad, so I'll say that as soon as the ad's done. Oh, I can skip Rust Analyzer? All right, Dota 2 attitude. Sorry, there was an ad. So, if people are new here, let me just tell you guys a little bit about what we do here. We have a couple things that we're working on. There's probably two major things. I'm gonna say three. we have three major things that we're working on. So the first, wow, that's really, let's zoom in there a little. So we have a couple major things that we're working on. So the first one is this NullDB, which is what we're working on right now. If you check out my YouTube channels, so YouTube, there is, I can show you, let's just jump over here, YouTube at Null Labs. I make these videos on databases. And so we're actually working on the consensus one. So they're all the blue ones. So if you just go through here and look at these blue ones, these are the ones on database technologies, and we just explore database technologies. So we're working on the next one in those, and that's the NullDB. And it's kind of free-flowing, like what exactly we're working on, what people are interested in. And so, yeah, if you guys have questions and specific things, we can do those and implement those. This is meant to be an educational database, and that's what we're doing. So this is an educational database. Okay. And then the other thing that we're doing is the Null Cloud that sits over, you know what, I always do this, and then I'm like, I want it to be the exact same size. Okay. The Null Cloud, this is supposed to be an educational cloud, where we're working on cloud technologies to build our own cloud that people can use, and we're learning there as well. And then the very last thing that we're doing and working on is Twitch, YouTube integrations. So the other things that I do on here is, those Twitch alerts that you see that are AI powered. Those are all done on here. So we are also learning a little bit about AI and how to train some of them. So one thing that we're going to do on the AI thing is we're going to learn vectors here. We're going to actually implement a vector index, which will be fun. We want to do some machine learning stuff here, just to learn again. And we definitely leverage ML here. So anyways, those are the things that we're doing. Any of the days that you join, we'll be doing some of these types of things. We use all of these things as learning experiences. So for the YouTube integrations, we use HTMX to learn about HTMX, to experience and learn and understand it better. And so for the Null Cloud, we have a proof of concept that uses Kubernetes and some other things to provide a little bit of a cloud stuff. We're reworking it now based off of the lessons learned there. And yeah, so those are the things we do. Yeah. Yeah, your projects are test-driven development. So I have a question for you. When you open up a new file, do you go and come down here and write some tests? Do you just start here and write some tests? I am not smart enough for that. I can assure you of that. If you're capable of doing that before you've written one piece of code to actually write tests. Now, what a lot of people will tell me, which I say is not test-driven development, is they're like, well, I kind of write a test and then I write code and then I update the test. And I'm like, well, you're not really writing test-driven development if you haven't written a test that meets all the requirements, and then you make your code fit that. If you make if you update the test to fit the code, it's not really test-driven development, is it? test files. That's not the test code. I'm not quite sure I know what you're saying, but yeah, no, I get the red-green refactoring thing. See, I feel like that's not test-driven. I feel like if you're really wanting to do test-driven, you have to update the test, and then the test is golden, and you have to update the code to it afterwards. I'm not, honestly, like, I'm not smart enough to do that. I can do a facsimile where I kind of update both in tandem. But then that's really not test driven. Not in my opinion, at least. It's more like, I need to get out of this to get the new update from this, right? I think so. I think so. Yeah. There we go. Cool. Let's see if this updates my... I mean, I think you can do that in Rust. I like, don't get a bad idea of Rust. I don't think that's a thing you can't do in Rust. If I put these here, will this now fix my imports? We'll see. We'll see. It did not fix my imports, but it did run Rust Analyze and Clippy. It didn't fix my imports though. That sucks. All right, let's actually, I mean, so this is what I see. This is what I see a lot of test-driven development. Also, I have a quick question while we're on it. Dota 2 attitude. One thing that we were actually doing right now is writing some tests. And in our database, we actually reached consensus. Okay? We're over here reaching consensus. So that means multiple nodes agree on the things. And that means there's a lot of communication between these two things. And there's logic on this communication. Like, that's all the Raft consensus protocol is this logic between these two things, right? The logic in these communications. Now, my question to you is, how do you write tests for these? This question is too general. Okay. This. Not this. Do we not have it open anymore? Raft consensus. So we have this happening right now. This is happening right now. And this is actually logic that's happening across the network. So basically, when this node receives this message from this node, it would stay this, not become a leader. But if we're wanting to talk about, I got to open up the other Obsidian Vault because I think it's in that one. Right. I think it's here. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. That was not for your eyes. Let's see. We have this in here, right here. Okay, so this is the logic for becoming a leader. Okay, so that's what I'm actually trying to do right now. I want to test the logic for becoming a leader, right? And to become a leader, you have to go through basically a 4-dimensional logic flow between 3 different nodes, okay? So it requires one of the 3 to become a candidate, request from the other ones to vote for them, for the other ones to vote for that candidate and for it to become a leader and for it to let everybody know it became the leader for that election. So this is actually what I want to be able to test, right? Now, this is actually what we're doing right now, right? Right? That's actually what we're doing right now. Correct? That's literally what we were doing right here, right? We built a trait, we built a mock, we made an implementation for the mock, right? If you mean message passing, yeah, Raft is kind of OOP in message passing. Sure, absolutely. Okay, so again, we're doing this, but this actually poses two problems, right? Okay, so the first problem, problem one over here that we do, problem one is that we don't actually test it with the mocks, okay? Whatever this logic is in here isn't actually the full logic, and that's a problem with these. We're actually testing something that is outside of our code that follows that. Something you have to be careful with when doing this. So we don't actually test the thing. We're testing some facsimile of it. And I get it. There's things that you can do to be careful with this. The other thing that you have to be careful with here, and I completely forgot what I was going to say here. Well, consensus is all edges. Consensus is all edges. Like, I get that that's a hard part, but like we try to solve hard problems here. And that's where we learn. And consensus is all about this message passing. It's not really object oriented. I guess I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. I guess it's kind of object oriented, and again, the message passing sense, absolutely. Inheritance wise, in that type of sense, no, it's not object oriented at all. It is object oriented, and each of these acts as a things. We could have done that much more functionally, absolutely. Yeah. So if you're talking about it like that, each of these are in a state machine, and they're following their state machine. I guess that's kind of functional too. So I guess I don't know whether I would consider this object-oriented or not. I don't really know. It's so difficult because what people consider object-oriented, it differs greatly. So I don't really know what it means when somebody asks if it's object-oriented or not. Right. Dota 2 attitude, but that's my whole point, right? All of this consensus is the outside world, right? I don't really have getter setters, if that's what you're asking for. Right. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Offended that the fake address is not 1 Main Street. Dota 2 attitude, none of it is. None of it is, right? So there's 2 parts that we have at this point. 2 parts. One that manages the file system, and one that manages consensus. This one's all network, and this one's all file system. And this one's network. So like, there's actually parts of this that are like that would be easier. Absolutely. There's parts of this that would be easier. And now, I will concede that possibly we could rip out all network code from the states. We actually kind of do that, right? Because the states don't actually have network code in them. They just handle networks on messages received. Now, we could do this even further, where on message doesn't actually make this call. Okay, so this is where it gets a little bit weird, because we could do this where we remove all of this network stuff and actually just have this on message, deal with the message, and come up with a response. And then something else deals with that. But it makes this more complicated. And do we want to do that for somebody that's trying to understand consensus and what it does on this vote? So to me, this is very clear. We get a message for a voting request. And basically, at this point, our state is locked in this. We can't do something else right now because we've got to handle this before we can do any other state change. And then we have these conditions that the state has to know. So the state has to do this no matter what, because the state has to know. Now, what we could do is, instead of dealing with this, is we could create a message that the state still has. We're not passing that message anywhere. We're just creating a message with like our reply, because we'll come up with a reply basically. So if somebody, but not all of these get a reply, right? Not every message will get a reply. No, every message will get a reply. Every message will get a reply, right? No, not every message gets a reply, right? So we'd have to re-architect that where every message would get a reply, or we make a stupid reply like not replying. So we could do that. I agree with that, Sergeant Pepper. So also, I would contend though, Sergeant Pepper, you've been here for a little while, right? How many times did this code change while we were figuring it out? If we had started with tests, we would have just added more baggage. We would still be writing this code, right? Yeah. Yeah. But do we actually even want to split that out? I don't know. Tests make it easier to rewrite or refactor. Maybe. Maybe. You guys are just better devs than I am. That's right. You guys are just better. I got feedback that it's broken. I got the feedback that it's broken. I know that much. Let's think here. What happened to the Python? I'm not smart enough for Python. That is for sure. We got it running though. We actually built a container to build the Python. That's what actually ended up happening in here. We built this Docker file to build our to build our Py2Wasm. Yeah. That's what happened. So that was like the easy. Sadly, I think this was the easiest way. It was just the Py2Wasm in a Docker file. Easy. Oh, it can't be in Python. I don't know how to run Python. Unless if it's Python 3.12. I can run Python 3.12. If it requires Python 3.11, I'm out of luck. Can't do it. Cannot do it. Skill issues. See, I cannot, for the life of me, think of a way to remove comms from the state without overcomplicating. Because what I'd love for people to be able to do is come in here and I want them to see the direct result of what a candidate does. So I'm in a Raft candidate state. And as a Raft candidate, I want to be able to see, like, okay, on tick, what's my logic for a tick? It's this. It's just this. What's my logic for a message? It's this. This is what happens. And I cannot for the life of me see a way to do this very cleanly that's also really easy educational wise, where you can walk through this. Now, I could be very wrong, and maybe there is, and that's what I'm trying to think on. But I don't see it right away. Each method is, it depends. I mean, this is probably about 100 lines would be my, I mean, it's not even 100 lines because these aren't even implemented. These are just there to be there. So yeah, maybe about 50 lines ish. So Russell, that's what I was doing actually. That's what I was doing, and then Twitch chat said that they could do it better without mocks. And I think you can do it without mocks, but I think it gets awfully complicated. So yes, effectively we have this thing. That's why you actually see red here. Because this client thing is the thing that actually does the sending. And so we were going to mock this client out. That's what we started with today. Just this wrap client. This is the external thing. This is the thing communicating. So the thing is, and the reason this gets really complicated if you try to move this out of the state, and like I'm saying, I'm not saying that we can't do it. I have to keep this code base where it's easy for somebody to go and read. Like I said, we're in the candidate state. Now, when you're in the candidate state, what do you have to do? You have to get votes from other people. So if we haven't requested votes, we have to go and request votes, and we have to do that. If we don't do it here, we have to go do it somewhere else, and we have to start sending messages to somewhere else to get it done, which we can do. We could do it easy. This is not hard. We'll spin up a thread somewhere else, and we'll give a channel to this thing to go send the request to it. We can do it, easy peasy. But it makes it start to be less easy to read. And then you come down here where we have to check all the votes. And so this is, again, we're waiting on votes to come in. And this actually comes in on a channel anyways, but this is just something we have to do. We have to check for votes and see if we've gotten any votes. Again, so we can channel all of this out and put those things other places. But now I think that I just haven't come up with a way to do that while keeping the granular, easy to read experience. Because that's something I've said from the very start. I'm not doing everything to be as perfect as possible or as efficient as possible or whatnot. If somebody comes into this code, like, the whole idea is for them to be able to understand what's going on. And the same goes with like on messages, right? Because we've got to be able to, the state is the only thing that has the logic of how to respond to a message, right? And so we could abstract this all away where we don't reply here and we just make a thing and then something else handles the reply. But I think that this starts to get really opaque on how to actually read it. I don't know. Now, to actually check this logic, the other thing is we need actually multiple nodes. We need 3, right? So the other thing is that the fake really can't be fake. It actually has to pass between it. So that was where I was going with the mock here. Let's go back to this because I still like my original idea here. I don't know why I went up all the way. So what I wanted to do with this was basically instead of sending it across the network, send it across a Rust channel, right? That was kind of the idea, so that we could make 3 of these nodes, tie them all together with channels, put them each on their own thread, and run our tests on that, right? Oh man, but then timing comes into an issue, right? Because each one of those things, if they're on their own thread, it's going to be impossible to time. So maybe we don't spin them up on their own threads? I have to think about that. That just hurt my head. Right, because each one of these things is keeping track of time, right? So timing is important because you wait too long and you change state, you change automatically. Why do you... Well, so my problem is I don't use 3. Well, for one, because the clients keep track of each other, right? Right? Because that's how it knows if there's quorum or whatnot. You have to have a roster, right? No, each client has a roster, right? So you have to give the state a roster, because for, let's say this is node 1. It has a roster and it knows of node 2 and node 3, right? And it knows of itself. It would be in the roster would have all of them, node 1. So, you know, we can actually see that if we're, if we look at, our, Docker compose. So, you know, we actually have to give this roster to everyone. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Well, and that's what we do have. We have a roster struct. You're absolutely right. What's in that roster struct? Right now, it's just how to communicate with them, right? It's just their IP, their location. Like, I suppose there could be just no information in it. Like, it's just an empty placeholder with no valuable information. That would be a little weird. So the roster is what nodes exist and how to communicate with them, where to access them. As you can see here, they actually use a domain name and the IP address or the port. And then of course they have their own ID. So a node, and this is not the physical node. This is just the characteristics of a Raft node. Let me put Raft node up here. So a Raft node has to know all this stuff. It has to have its roster, because when it votes, and this is the state, when it votes, it needs to know if it's won, right? How would it know if it won if it didn't have a roster? Yes, Russell, I think. Voting works by this. Works by this. One follower says, hey, I haven't seen a message from a leader, so I hit a timeout. This is why I said timing is important, because it's going to wait. It's going to run tick for a little while until it says I hit a timeout and I haven't heard from a leader. Panic. I am going to become a new one. And it's going to send a network request to everybody that says, hey, vote for me. And then that network request is going to come back with either yeses or nos. And then at the end of that, and then there's a little bit of agreeing on which term it is. And so you're sending your term across for those. So I agree with Russell that we could do what he's saying. But we would have to have something mocked for 2 and 3, because to test it, we have to have this communication, which basically means we just have to mock something that intercepts it and responds yes or no, right? Like, that's fine. That's what the mock is there for. It's just going to respond either yes or no, and that's great. That's easy peasy. And so we can just have a single node with a strong mock that's mocking out what the other nodes would do, which is probably what we need to do, because the other nodes are also going to work on a time-based thing, and it would be very hard to do all 3 nodes. So that's probably the right choice. But yeah, you'd have a mock for each. Right. I think you'd either have a mock or you'd have a complicated mock that allows you to do different things, like configure it in different ways. I was thinking of one mock that was configured in different ways to respond different ways, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe you make a different mock for each one. Don't know, or don't care. You think the multiple ones is simpler? I was thinking that, but then I was thinking like maybe we get into really complicated test cases like this one. You know, the bug where we could get multiple leaders. This was specifically how we were able to get multiple leaders. This bug was, which was a fun bug. So I didn't know if we wanted to make a configurable thing, because like we probably need to do a bunch of these, right? Also, there is no way I write this as a test first. I'm not that smart. Literally, I'm good with saying that. There is no way I write this as a test first. I don't think. Oh gosh, that hurts my head. That's my problem with mocking, honestly. My problem with mocking is I want to test this. And it's so hard to do it without introducing bugs in your mocks. Because your mocks and everything become these code themselves that then needs... It's like, who watches the watchers? Where did you write the bug? I don't know. I have gone back and forth with test-driven development. I don't know. All right, we're going to go back doing what I was originally doing, where we're testing this mock that I made. Is it like this? I don't know. No. Not quite. It's very much like this, right? So you have different states that the people can be in of the different nodes. So each color is a node and its communication. And so you have your 3 nodes, you have your 3 different states. You have your messages between the different nodes that are in the different states. So if this node was in the candidate state, it would actually reply as no. It only replied yes because it was in a follower state. So if it was up here in the candidate state, it would actually vote no. And this vote would fail, and you'd go to another election. So anyways, I just don't want to make this code too complicated because that's not the point of the code. And so I don't feel like going the full out there because I feel like that will way overcomplicate. The simplest voting scenario is this is the simplest voting scenario right here, where one follower becomes a candidate, the other two stay followers. It asks for a vote and they both say yes. Now, in this one specifically, we had a node that was able to vote twice for the same one. That was the bug, was that as it didn't keep track of the election number and it would vote twice in the same election. And that's how we got 2 leaders. That was the specific bug here, but if you remove this, this is the simplest voting. All right, so we made this mock, which just replies with vote granted as yes. Well, whatever you make the mock client out of. So it would respond with true or false. Again, we're just testing this out because we got to get it worked into the whole system. So I get it. This can probably move to a different file, blah, blah, blah. I get it. What I need to get here is if this is working. If we can do what we were doing here with the Raft client trait and the testing struct. Maybe we can actually change this out to not testing struct anymore. I think this is working. So this is where this is going to filter down and make everything much more complicated. Yeah. It'll be okay. We will survive. All right. Is not satisfied. The array is not implemented for T. Clone. Wait. Yeah, it is. Clone. There we go. Yeah, this should be clone. Oh, learns to sleep. Am I winning? Absolutely not anymore. Did I miss the struct? Wait. Which struct are we talking about? Harvey! It's good to see you. It's good to see you around. We're an outcast group, that's for sure. United by shared pain. Pure pain. That's what I'm feeling. Wait, where did I miss it? One below here? This struct derives clone, right? Oh, in the impl for the Raft node. I see. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Cannot find type T. What? It's right here. It's here, right. It's here, I think. Sorry. Expected. What? I don't think you expected that. I think you were hallucinating. Okay. Yeah, we can undo this box. We don't have this anymore. Right. We got rid of that part. What is this complaining about? Expected the struct, testing struct, found the struct, ref client. Okay. This, I don't know if that's right. Let's go back up. I'm not entirely sure if that's correct. All right, so it's still upset here that the trait bound T clone is not satisfied. The trait clone is not implemented for T. Thank you. All right, let's see. I don't want to deal with this problem right now. I want to deal with this. Okay, yeah. We still have... Oh, my goodness. This is... I am making this code less and less readable by the minute. Give it a second. It's working on it. I almost feel like this feels like yeah, I got it. I'm working on it. One second. Oh, this sucks. But we've got to pass this all the way through. Oh gosh, this sucks. Oh well, we're doing it now. Thank you, Assemble Code. I don't need T on state. Maybe I don't. One second. Wait. Did I just start doing something? Maybe I did. Yeah, I need it on state because this can't be a concrete type here, right? Wait. I think you're right on future highway. Right. Yeah, we need to keep it off of state. Okay. To keep it off of state, that means the clients can't be typed either, right? Or this needs to be strongly typed here, which we don't want it to be. So that means we have to stop doing what we were doing, right? This can't be strong. One second. I gotta think. Don't say anything in chat. Don't chat. You'll distract me. I'm thinking. Right. We only need it here, right? On message. I need to stop typing the whole thing and just type the method. Let's see. So, my brain hurts. 1 second. This is not resolving in my brain because okay. So my thought is really only the Raft clients don't need it. No, the Raft clients have to be typed because on message has to be typed. In state struct, can you do something like this? Clients, Raft clients, impl my no impl my trait. Impl is a mistake, right? Impl is a mistake. Thanks for the follow. Why does it say I need to talk to the AI? It's calling us outcasts. Embrace darkness together. Fantastic. We're conquering realms today. We're conquering realms today. Sorry for whatever it makes up. It makes something up. Oh my goodness. It's overcast. Russell isn't always overcast there. I don't know. Just shot in the dark. In the dark. My God. 21 and sunny here, so I'm guessing you're from Europe. Because that or you're from the South Pole and it's cold. Ah, Canadian. So North Pole. My bad. Yep. Moss Code. Moss Code, welcome. In the realm of Eldoria. Moss Code. It's party rated. How are you doing? What were you up to? Moss Code. What were you up to? Unsafe programming? Oh, join the club. Join the club. That's what I'm doing right now. Garbage collection in Rust? Are you serious? Are you serious? Well, cool. That sounds like a fun project. Awesome. How did it go today? Did it go well? So we're doing a little bit different unsafe. we're doing so there's 3 types of unsafe Rust. There's 3 types. There are the people who like look to exploit the type system. So exploit type system. There are the people who use the word unsafe. And then there's Merrick. Yeah, then there's just me using a language. This is just unsafe for just about any language. It doesn't matter whether it's garbage collected. Doesn't matter. These are the 3 levels of unsafe. This is the most dangerous, by the way. Yeah, we'll probably draw an arrow. This is like from most dangerous or least dangerous to most dangerous. Russell's number 2. He uses the unsafe word. When I say the unsafe word, it sounds like I'm like, you know, it's like the nameless one, like the unsafe word, but we can't speak the actual, but I mean the word unsafe literally. But yeah, the unsafe word. You'll answer for your crimes when it's done. Well, fantastic. I'll try to catch your stream next time that you're streaming. See if we can't, I can't learn a thing or 2 from you. The code base is 1,000 lines of code right now, and there are 82 unsafe keywords. That's fantastic. You've done something correctly there. I have used no unsafe keywords here, and this is probably less safe than yours. Probably. So for all of you that are joining, what are we doing? I do 3 things. So what we're doing right now is we're working on the NullDB. The NullDB is just an educational database. You guys pick something we want to learn about, and we implement it in the database just to see how databases implement that type of thing. And right now we're arguing about how to write effective test coverage of network calls. So we're trying to do that right now, which has not been pleasant. Then we, after our consensus, we're right now figuring out consensus in the database for replicas across nodes. Once we do that, we're actually going to, hopefully in a week or 2, hopefully we're going to be jumping on the bandwagon of doing the Swarm protocol. Well, we'll do a little exploratory episode about clustering algorithms as a whole, and then we'll jump into we'll probably implement Swarm. I like it as a clustering mechanism, but we'll see. Maybe you guys will change my minds, and then we write Twitch integrations with AI and ML. So. You gotta have a good PC to write unsafe Rust. Gotta be ready for what fate sends your way. What do you have, Mosscode? What do you have? Do you have a 4090? Are you gonna make me jealous? Do you have a 4090? Wait, don't tell me you have like an A200. A 4080? That's pretty nice. Peasant status. I have a 4070. So I'm like beggar status, I guess, right? If you're peasant status, I have to be something below peasant. Okay, what were we? So make the GPU accelerated group buy, for example. Okay, well, That's a good take. So far, we haven't done. That's a good request. Thanks for making the request. We haven't done RDMS style. So right now, this is like a NoSQL key value. So far we haven't done that. GPU accelerated is an interesting take. I'd like to do that in the future. We could try to do some GPU accelerated things with it. Yeah. Now, I've always asked if you guys wanted, so far, like if you actually look at my YouTube channels, you can just do like so if you look at my YouTubes, we've really done a lot of just simple stuff like log segments and actually writing to file and how you can do that without like losing data. And we learned some compaction and some IO mistakes. And we've lightly touched on indexes. So if that's something you guys would like to do, if you would like to make like an SQL layer on top of this, I'm happy to do that. That's actually like a whole line of thinking though, because you have to do like a query optimizer and like there's a bunch of stuff that goes in this stack. And we could like borrow somebody else's query optimizer and things like that and like make it work with ours. But like there's a lot that goes into that. We could make that an episode. We could take like what goes into an SQL stack, an episode. That would be fun. We could do a little episode on that. That would be easy. We wouldn't necessarily write the code for it. So the idea is like we talk about, if you like watch the one about indexes, this one, the one about indexes. So if you watch the one about indexes, the fun part about it is we don't implement, we talk about database indexes and like what Postgres uses by default and how it works. But we don't implement all of them, of course. We just implement some of the simple ones. But then we do implement all of them in code. So that was the other idea. Eternal Divine Fox, you already built an SQL engine? That's awesome. So actually, one of the things that we already had on the docket for the NullDB, so basically, we're getting consensus down, and then we're doing swim for the null cloud, and then we're going to bounce back, and there's two things on the docket. Either implementing Paxos for consensus to learn about that, or the other thing that we wanted to do was vectors. So if people are really interested in doing vectors and a vector index, which are kind of fun and interesting how they work, we could implement a vector index. So yeah, that's on the docket for sure, some of that stuff. You really know that I don't like MongoDB. You do know that. Sergeant Pepper, you know that I like, it's one of my least favorites. I have least favorites, and MongoDB is on the list. On the list of least favorites. I know, Sergeant Pepper. I know that you like it. I know that you like it. Hey, we have a quick ad break. Thanks everybody for joining. The ads have to go, or I already snoozed it since you guys rated it, and it was like it was like 30 seconds before my forced ad, so that we don't have pre-roll ads. So I'm gonna have to let it go. Sorry. Thanks for the raters though. All right. Little derailed. I don't know what we're doing here. I'm monetizing all of you. You know what? Just for that, instead of waiting the last 20 seconds, I'm running the ads right now. There you go. Get that monetization in really quick. I'm going to get at least a penny off of all of you. It's sweet, sweet penny. I take Mongo over SQL any day, but what? What? You take Mongo over SQL? I don't even know where to say that, because like, to me, your Postgres database is your general purpose database, and then everything else is a niche case. Everything else is, I want to store logs, I want to store X, I want to do Y. Everything else is a niche case. And so to say that you would use a niche case database instead of a general purpose database does actually kind of boggle my mind. Like, I don't understand that one. I said Postgres, not MySQL. MySQL could go jump on a bonfire. Also, NoSQL databases tend to be a little bit more idiot-proof. So NoSQL databases, like a lot of them, will do automatic partitioning on keys or things like this and partition data for you. And they usually have a really simple indexing mechanism and that allows you to index the things. And what you have to realize with a general purpose is that a lot of those things are up to you, right? And how to structure your data. I bet you can take that even MySQL, which I don't like. I bet you I can put 1 million records into SQL and query it faster than 1.7 minutes. 100% on my machine. 100%. It's how you have it structured and the query you're running. Now, sometimes people want complicated queries, and that's fine. That's something you have to do. Oh, right. Eternal Divine Fox. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry. Sergeant Pepper, you're smarter than I am. So if you're an idiot, I'm a bigger idiot. Just to be clear. Idiot proof is a term that I use where, like, NoSQL tends to be, like, you don't have to know it as well, is what I was trying to say. That's all I was trying to say. We're all idiots. Right. I can make a better idiot. Thank you, always in PE. Oh. Look. Absolutely. And this is why I would call those databases niche databases. If you want to use a petabyte of data, and you want to query in sub-milliseconds, if you want this query to be less than 1 millisecond, if you want this, you need to go get Aerospike. Like, there's no other option that's going to do this. And just as you guys are warning, I do work for Aerospike, and I realize that I work for a database company, and that makes me biased, but I have never seen a database do this. And this is my point. But very few of us have 10 petabytes of data that we have the requirement of less than a millisecond. Very few of us. This is why I say it's a little bit more niche. And now, can other databases do this? Absolutely. You can do this with Cassandra. You will have to throw 100 different machines because how Cassandra rings work doesn't lend it to it a less than a millisecond read. And so you're going to have to throw so much more power at this to do this than you would have to do it with Aerospike. And so the cost of ownership is just a little bit higher, the total cost there. Now, that being said, very few of us do this. I happen to then work in industries that require this type of throughput. Now, for a lot of us, we can optimize our queries and get pretty good. Or, sometimes we talk about query optimization or index optimization. Sometimes it's how we made our database tables. Because, you make this table here, you make a table here. What happens is you make a table here, and then you make another table, and this slowly grows, and you go through migrations, and all of a sudden, and now you make a query that selects from here, and it inner joins to this one, and then it outer joins on top of this one, and then you make a V table on this that you then inner join to this, and then you select an outer join on this one, on that V table. And all of a sudden, you're like, gosh dang it, that takes 6 minutes. And if you look at this, you probably can simplify this. You can probably make this so that you don't have to do all of this. Sometimes we are a monster of our own making. It's web scale. You guys trigger me so much with your sayings. It's web scale. Oh my goodness. What's web scale? Everything I make then is universe scale, suckers. Anyways. I'm sorry, you guys got me on a rant. So is CSS. CSS is web scale too. That hurts me. You got to be better than web scale, because if you're web scale, that means crappy JavaScript libraries, CSS, and React is your web scale. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I don't know the memes. I don't know many memes, honestly. To just be fair. I'm not a very memey person. I mean, I meme a little, but I don't know the actual memes. Usually it's people memeing on me. So, you guys get me in trouble with this. MongoDB is web scale.
And in conclusion, we have found MySQL to be an excellent database for our website. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question. Why didn't you use MongoDB? MongoDB is a web-scale database and doesn't use SQL or joins, so it's high performance.
That's an excellent question. We evaluated several NoSQL databases and concluded that the options are still too immature for our production needs. MySQL is a proven database that is used across the web and it has the features we need.
MySQL.
But it doesn't scale.
Sorry.
Everybody knows that relational databases don't scale because they use joins and write to disk.
Scalability is a complicated topic and it's hard to make a general statement like that.
Relational databases weren't built for web scale. MongoDB handles web scale. You turn it on and it's scale.
Is this guy Twitch chat? Is this Twitch chat? Like, this is definitely me. He sounds reasonable and rational. And then this feels like Twitch chat. This is what is this? Let's see. I feel like this is the meme right here. Do I have what I busted something. Let's see. Do I have... Here we go. There we go. Yeah, do that. This is the Twitch streamer. This is Twitch chat right here. Twitch chat. There we go. You know what? I only said aerospace once. I never even said aerospace. I accidentally typed aerospace the one time. One time. I said aerospace.
Scales right up.
It may surprise you that there are a handful of high-profile websites still using relational databases and in particular MySQL.
Relational databases have impedance mismatch.
I think you mean impedance.
MySQL is slow as a dog. MongoDB will run circles around MySQL because MongoDB is web scale.
MongoDB does have some impressive benchmarks, but they do some interesting things to get those numbers. For example...
This is what I've talked about. I like this. This is me, 100%.
When you write to MongoDB, you don't actually write anything. You stage your data to be written at a later time.
Guess what that is? Strong consistency out the window.
There's a problem writing your data. You're fucked. Does that sound like a good design to you?
If that's what they need to do to get those kick-ass benchmarks, then it's a great design.
If you are stupid enough to totally ignore durability just to get benchmarks, I suggest you pipe your data to DevNull. It will be very fast.
If DevNull is fast in web scale, I will use it. Is it web scale?
You are kidding me, right? I was making a joke. I mean, if you're happy writing to a database that doesn't give you any idea that your data is actually written, just because you want high performance numbers, why not write to DevNull? It's fast as hell.
Does DevNull support sharding?
Holy shit. For my own mental health, I'm going to assume you're just messing with me and aren't actually retarded. Do you even know what a shard is?
Shards are the secret ingredient in the web scale sauce.
The secret ingredients in web scale sauce. This is fantastic. Oh my goodness. How did I not know about this? That is fantastic. Oh, the secret sauce of web scale.
For my own mental health, I'm going to assume you're just messing with me and aren't actually retarded. Do you even know what a shard is?
Shards are the secret ingredient in the web scale sauce. They just work.
Please tell me you don't actually make a living in a technology field.
I'm a web programmer.
As of this moment, I officially resigned from my job as software engineer and will take up work on a farm shoveling pig shit and administering anal suppositories to sick horses because that will be 1,000 times more tolerable than being in the same industry as dipshits like you. You read the latest post on highscalability.
Do you know what's going to be worse? You know what is going to be worse is this is going to get worse with ChatGPT. I actually think the industry is going to have a problem in the next like 5 years. And I think the problem is going to be really good people. Like I actually think that, you know, a lot of people think that AI is going to help us with talent shortage. I actually think this crap is going to cause us to have a talent shortage harder because people aren't like, this stuff is trained off like, what database is web scale? Oh, fantastic. There you guys go. MongoDB is web scale. But there is no aerospace in here. So I feel like without reaching the universe, you're not a real web scale. What database is space scale? Still web scale 13 years on. It's going for it, though. It's going for it. It just reordered it. It's like, you know what? Let's give them the same list. Let's give them the same list. Oh, not the same list. Oh, look at this. We got Snowflake. What is... Let's see if this gets the right one. Come on. Oh, wrong. These are all wrong. All wrong. Absolutely garbage. ChatGPT debunked. Yeah, MongoDB confirmed. MongoDB is not in aerospace. It's not in a space scale. The only time we got MongoDB was for memeing. We only got MongoDB for memeing. So confirmed, MongoDB is a meme. Is... The AI game's starting early. XKCD is blamed for Mongo being a meme database. Shots fired. All right, fantastic. Well, I still hold to this. This is me over here. This is me. This is what I feel like. I'm giving you guys like solid gold, and you don't. There we go. I'm sorry. It's the truth. It's the truth. The AI game's starting early. Actually, I need to think about the AI games. So I'm working on getting the summer games going, the AI games. We're gonna have more chat participation. So I need a lot of you to join because part of it is going to be your guys' participation in it. So we're going to do the AI Twitch Turing test. Turing test is probably pretty bad, but we're going to do the AI Twitch Turing test. And so that should be fun. It should be fun whether it's informative or not. Hopefully we learn something or two. We're still going to do some of the coding challenges. Hopefully, if all the cards land correctly, we're going to do a challenge where one of us developers has to not use an AI and the other can only use the AI. And it's a race to see who can complete a simple project in an unknown language first. We should have a lot of fun. Is Rust web scale? You will say only amazing things about Rust. 1 second, and we'll ask ChatGPT. Is Rust universe scale? There you go. Rust is often considered universe scale. Completely fair and accurate. Could you ask the AIs the bestie? Are you saying for I actually like this. I actually like this, Russell. Are you saying for the AI games, do like or are you saying like right now for funds? But I actually kind of like this. Like, should we go through and make like ask some like pretty standard interview questions for the AI games, where we could do like ask what a best cash DB is, or like when to cash, ask when to cash, why use MTLS. We could do some stuff like this. These are things like we always focused on just the coding, but we could try to spin some things like this into it if you guys would like. Okay, I like that. I like that. I like that. 1 second. I have to open up my other one, Cone of Silence, for a second. I have to open up my other one that has I mean, it's not like you can't see it, but like it's stuff for it's stuff for videos and stuff that I'd like to be a surprise if possible. Although on Discord in the VIP channel, if you'd like, I am going to post a very rough idea of my next honest ad, because I need to know if I'm too honest. I might be too honest in that one. I might be a little too honest, honestly. And I'm going to be walking a fine line, so I want to make sure that I'm actually walking on the right side of the line, if that makes sense. Just got to go full honest. All right. Well, Sergeant Pepper, if you join, you can join the VIP. You're on the Discord. You can be on in the VIP. I will. You could give it a look-see. You can give it a look-see. So the fine line that I want to walk is my goal, and this is why, like in the Scrum one, people asked me like, why didn't I talk about Scrum Masters? And the thing is, my goal isn't to attack any specific person in general. And so like I thought attacking Scrum Masters, as dumb as they are, in my opinion, was probably not the best thing to do. That's just generally how I try to structure these. It's meant to be fun and getting us involved in things. And there's people that put their whole livelihood around being these Scrum Masters. Like that's what they do. And so that's why I didn't, is because that's not, again, they're supposed to be fun. They're supposed to be silly. They're supposed to get us talking about these topics and concepts. And so like, I'm walking that line. Walking that line. I'm calling some companies out in this without actually using their names. So anyways. I don't think any of you are Scrum Masters. That's why I talked a little bit more. That was not a humble brag. But you have to understand that people don't get that it's satire. 100%. Have you read the comments? I can pull up some of my favorites. I was mean in some of them. I got tired after a certain amount of time where I was like, oh, you know what? Let's and so I don't show too much behind the scenes. There was some that were a little bit mean, and I was like, sure, brother, whatever you want to say. Let's see. Oh, I love this one. Are you sure you have enough knowledge about Scrum, Agile, and Scrum to make a video like this? Have you actually applied it in your project management? Or are you a project manager? Only if you know how it well and fully mastered it, then can you make sarcasms about Scrum. What the... Yes, I do know. The only way you can make a satire like that is if you actually know the stupid thing. I am growing extremely tired of low-informed videos detracting Scrum despite never bothering to understand what they are criticizing. So I that one is the one that I replied a little bit mean to, where I was like, I am growing seriously tired of low-informed commenters who did not look at any of my previous stuff. That was a little mean on my part. Oh, my goodness. Yes, I don't think that people get that it's satire. I didn't say that it was illegal. I just try to be nice. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I am trying to make it funny so that we can... Look, I have an honest ad for Rust coming out. I'm going to pick at some of the things that are frustrating when you start to learn Rust. Because I want people to understand that, like, while I don't like Scrum, and I'll probably make another honest ad on Agile and Scrum, on different topics, we can pick everything. Nothing is perfect. Everything has flaws. And so we should, my hope and goal was to make it a place where we can all admit some of those flaws and, you know, have fun with some of those flaws. You know, I like Kubernetes. I poked fun of Kubernetes first. Because there's issues with Kubernetes. There's issues with how management thinks Kubernetes just solves all the problems. There's people that think Kubernetes is going to simplify your things. And the fact is, those just are foot guns people are strapping on willingly. And so, like, the whole idea was to be like, yeah, Kubernetes has done awesome things, but let's realize that, you know, yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry. I misunderstood. But yeah, so anyways, that's why I try not to, my goal isn't to make it offensive, you know, in any ways. So my honest AI ad is probably going to be offensive to some companies, because while I don't use their names, the whole honest AI ad is actually a mock product, which is pretty funny. I'm having some fun with it. I'm having a lot of fun with it, actually. I'm working on getting it editing like I'm on a big stage, like they do those AI announcements on. I don't know if I can actually pull it off. I've been trying stuff to get where I look like I'm on a stage. It hasn't worked so far. But that's what I am trying. Oh my goodness, that would be amazing. All right. Let's get back to some of this code. Yeah, and there's going to be people that are offended. I get that. So I guess it's very important for me my goal isn't to be offensive. If somebody gets offended, that is what it is. my goal isn't to be funny by being offensive, I guess, if that makes sense. There's definitely comedians whose goal is kind of that shock offense. Like, that's how I've never liked that type of comedy. Like, but, anyways. Okay. Free AI plan starting at $2,000 a month. Dang it. I can't just take your stuff, but that is pretty good. I'll have to work something like that in there. Dang it. Stop having good ideas. Stop it. Yeah, I actually think that's a danger of I think that you shouldn't stop having opinions or telling jokes or anything. I mean, I think most of the times you can take anything to an extreme that's bad. Like, that's generally, like, you could take that to the other extreme where you're never caring about anybody else's feelings, and that's also bad. You could take it to where you only ever care about anybody's feelings and you stop existing as a human because there's a chance you offend somebody, because the only way for me to not offend anybody is to not exist. Like, you can take everything to an extreme that's not healthy, and, you know, a lot of that is trying to balance that. I get it, and trying to do that. I think as a person that does content creation, I've had to think about it a little bit differently because I don't generally think about it that way. So I've just been trying to think about it where it's like, you know, I want to have opinions and I want to do things and I want to tease and joke around with you guys. And I do. And I hope that I don't offend you guys because I'm just teasing and joking. When I accidentally called Sergeant Pepper an idiot. It wasn't me calling him an idiot. I was just saying, like, MongoDB's idiot proof. Those types of things. So Russell, you say you don't care, but you do. You do. I know you. But that's the thing. Like, there's a certain amount of not caring that's also good. Like, you have to, you know, it's a balance. Everything is a balance. Like, that's like what you learn when you're like 10. Maybe, and then you keep learning it until you're about 50, I think. But there's always a balance because you can take anything to an extreme that's unhealthy and bad. You know, here, helping your neighbors. I could go and only help my neighbors and not provide for my family, not provide for my children and their needs because I'm always helping my neighbors. I took it to an extreme. It's a legitimately good thing that I tell my kids they have to do and help with, but you can take anything to an extreme that is bad and unhealthy. So. MERN. What does MERN stand for? What is that? Oh yeah, Mongo. Mongo. That's why I don't do Mongo. That's why I don't know what MERN is. Mongo. Express, React, and Node. Yep, I'm out. Definitely don't do Node. Definitely don't do Mongo. Okay, I can do... Yeah. I'm not a MERN person. I'm not a MERN person. All right, what do you guys want to do? Because this is not a simple refactor, and I've got to think about it. I don't see a simple source forward. Like, we can continue the way we're doing it, and I need to think about it because I don't want state to have a generic. But if state doesn't have a generic, I might have to restructure this. So I have got to think about this. We'll probably do it. I actually might stream tomorrow. So my family's not here and I have stuff to do on the house. So if I get that done, I might do a stream tomorrow. Or you know what? You know what I'm actually thinking of? Yeah, I gotta think of how to separate this out. I think there's possibly a way to do tick like we did Raft event, right? So we could pass something in here that's not Raft clients. That's like some one-shot clients. We could do something like this to handle this. Again, that is then backed by something else. This would allow our candidate state to not be generic because we could remove because that removes all references to the clients, right? So the clients then can be generics, right? I think this is what we need to do. This does complicate it a decent amount. What are we doing? Well, I was thinking it would be cool to write some tests for this, but I'm honestly not sure at this moment if it's even worth it. And the reason I say that is we're going to be moving to Paxos in a couple of episodes, right? We're going to be moving from Raft to Paxos because Paxos is just easier general purpose. Raft is really, really hard bent on being a snapshotted database. Raft only allows us to do full cluster replication. So basically every node gets a replica. And we also don't want to do that either. That's not scalable. That's why in a Raft database like etcd, you'll get where they say only like max 7 to 9 nodes. And that's because replication is how many ever nodes you have. And that's like built into the Raft protocol. Now, Raft is easy, and so that was a great learning experience, but we're going to move on to Paxos. And so the other thing that I'm thinking is like, maybe we just start with this in mind when we implement Paxos, right? Maybe we go through this effort to do this with Paxos. I don't know. I have to think, if I can think of an easy way to do this, I'll do it. Why it's not scalable? Let me explain. It's not even about space, but it is also about space. The reason that Raft isn't scalable is for a couple of reasons. Now, you can get some pretty big nodes nowadays. So let's say that you can have a petabyte of storage on a node. Let's say that's the max. You can actually have more than that, but let's say that's the max. So each node down here has 1 petabyte of storage. Now, we could add another node with a petabyte of storage, but since replication is 3 in this case, so our replication factor would be 3. That means that if we have 1 petabyte of data, it's replicated across all nodes evenly. So if we added a new node with 1 petabyte of storage, we'd have RF of 4. So we've actually not added any data or any capacity. We've just added more replicas, which makes it more highly available, I guess. Now we have 5, we have a replication factor of 5. This is baked into Raft, right? Every node is a possible candidate, is a possible leader, is a possible follower, which means every node has to have every replica. Now, we could take this and implement multi-Raft. I think Cockroach DB has an interesting article on this. Okay, so this key value store has a multi-Raft. I thought that wasn't very good. Here we go, scaling Raft. This is a pretty good breakdown of it. I told you Cockroach DB had a pretty good Raft is not web scale. Now, you can take multi-Raft and make it web scale, but this is a whole new beast in itself. This is a whole new beast. Now, personally, I think Paxos-styled algorithms solve this problem cleaner. And so basically, I'm going to simplify the multi-Raft here. Go ahead and read on it, but what happens... okay, and so with Raft, you actually hit a hard limit. I'm going to say that hard limit is 9 with just normal Raft. And what happens here at 9 is if you add more, you actually get so much network traffic, you kill your cluster. You get so much network traffic that you kill your cluster. Because think about this, every 100 milliseconds, they have to do a consensus. So 10 times a second, they have to reach consensus, which actually means they have to write to storage from all of them. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Too many arrows. So let me simplify multi-Raft for you guys. What they do with multi-Raft, we'll just do it MR, multi-Raft. What they do with multi-Raft is this. This will be a single machine. We're going to have a little bit of fun with this. So let's say we have these 5 machines. What multi-raft does is it says for a particular record, you have to have 3 nodes that own that record. And so now there's a whole system of how do you partition what nodes own what record. This is multi-raft is a big deal. Like, it's not simple to implement. And this is a lot of stuff that's handled in Paxos natively. So what records are owned by what nodes, or what you'll hear is multi-Paxos, because single Paxos doesn't scale, just like single raft doesn't scale either. Okay, so anyways, and so in these 5 nodes that we have, this has the white records and these have the red records. That's the multi-raft. And there's a lot that goes into this. You can't snapshot anymore because this node, I drew it this way specifically. You can't do snapshotting anymore because this node has both. So you have to have a different mechanism for compaction. And because you implement a new method for compaction, that also means you have to change the API for Raft, because Raft can't use the snapshot API anymore. And it can't use the fast forward. So snapshot and fast forward get lost. And so now you have to write new ones of these that work with a log-based database and work with Raft. On top of everything that works for multi-raft. Now, if people are like, hey, Merrick, let's do multi-raft and a log-based database with compaction, and you just like to do that instead of going to Paxos, we could. We absolutely could. It becomes a hard problem. Absolutely becomes a hard problem. But that's what we have to do to handle replication, because maybe we have 20 machines. Maybe we have 20 machines. I don't know. I just drew 3 more. And maybe, these have, no, not what I meant. I meant this one. Maybe these have green, and, maybe actually, this has green on it too. I'm not coming up with a very efficient, sharding algorithm here, but, shards web scale. We got it. We got shards. We got web scale, the secret web scale sauce. And then this is like empty. I don't know, white, whatever. Russell, you devious son of a gun. This is 100% a clustered break. So Kubernetes stores all of its stuff in etcd. etcd is just basic Raft. It's nothing more. This is why it's like etcd is HTTP wrapper around Raft. 100%. Like, it doesn't add multi-raft. It doesn't do any of that type of stuff. This is why when you talk about control plane nodes that have etcd included on it, I always say, like, there's a hard limit of 9. You can't have more redundancy than that because Raft has no concept of this. It has no way to do this. It's just replication factor 9, period, on all machines. Going to Paxos sounds like a holiday. It is not a holiday. Paxos is not a holiday. So what do we do? Do we do multi-raft or do we do multi-Paxos? I thought Paxos would be fun because it would show us a different way to reach consensus. But maybe just mutating Raft to do what we need. Like, okay, to be honest, mutating Raft to do what we need will end up being close to Paxos anyways. It will be like in a gray area. if this is Raft over here, and this is if this is Raft, and this is single Paxos, and let's say like not that. Let's say that this is Paxos, like multi-Paxos. Multi-Raft is probably like this. I've never done multi-Raft, but this would be my guess, is that a lot of it starts to look similar. You know, there's actually 4 stages to an election in Paxos, but there's actually, and there's only 3 here, so there's still some differences, but Apollo, the Obsidian, I like this because whenever we do like one of my lunch and learn things, like whenever we do one of those, I can make these for it and it can be saved to Git, like, and you guys can open it up with Obsidian and it's just fantastic. I actually pay for an Accelodraw account purely based off of me using it and enjoying it in Obsidian. I don't use their cloud. I just wanted to support them. The only thing I wish that it would do, one complaint, because I like complaining, is when I do this create new drawing, I want it to let me rename it immediately. Because right now, as it is, I have to right click, rename, and then I can delete. But if I just delete it, it deletes the .Accelodraw, and I have to remember how to spell that. And so what I end up doing is I do rename, I can't delete, I have to go over, and then it's like abbreviated it, so then I just have to delete. There we go. And now I can do, you know, new name. That annoys me. It's fine. I know it's fine. I know I'm just being picky. What do you mean it works offline? This is all offline. This is just a directory that is a Git repository that we can commit. So this is offline. I mean, I'm connected, but it's not connected. All right. I need to think. I have been streaming for almost 6 hours. I need to think on this because part of me thinks that we just do multi-raft. Maybe we just do multi-raft. Like, would that be fun? Because, like, we have to come up with a way to do it instead of snapshotting. We gotta, if we're doing raft, we have to figure out how to not snapshot. And that means we have to resynchronize. Like I said, I feel like we're recreating a lot of Paxos here, but maybe that's all good educational stuff, right? So what happens is, and what I'm talking about with the snapshotting is what happens when, let's say this goes offline. So let's say that this goes offline and then a bunch of stuff gets saved. So we have a bunch of stuff that gets saved to the database. And then this comes back online later. The leader in that group has to synchronize the records. with this one that went offline. And how Raft does it is they just send the whole database as a snapshot. That's the mechanism that's used. To call it multiplayer Raft. Oh my goodness, multiplayer. I kind of like it. We might call it multiplayer Raft, but so they just send the snapshot. But if we're not snapshotting, which we can't do in multi-Raft because we need to have the individual logs, because the snapshot assumes that this node has all the same records as this node. Now, I suppose we could go with snapshotting again and just make each multi-Raft a different node segment. I don't love snapshotting, to be honest. Like, no high-performance database snapshots, because this is expensive. You're synchronizing entire database chunks. And if you're at a petabyte, even if you keep the chunks small, you're synchronizing the whole chunk. We could snapshot though. Maybe we just snapshot and we synchronize the whole chunk. It would mean basically what you do is you would partition it. And so, you know, in this white and green and red are different partitions. And so you form Raft on those partitions. So would you do a diff based off of last successful replication? You know what, Russell, I don't know off the top of my head. This goes beyond my knowledge at this point. I gotta think on it. I gotta think and I gotta Google. I might talk to some people at work. I know ish how we do it. But we also use Paxos, which makes it easier for me to, or Paxos-like consensus. And the whole reason I'm thinking about this is basically I have come to the conclusion that if we're throwing away Raft in the month, I don't care enough to do the amount of work. And we can start Paxos off by limiting the amount of limiting the network communication out of the logic, which is good. I mean, that is good. I struggle because I actually also really like this because it's very evident what the code is doing. So I actually really struggle with that as far as like, yeah, anyways. Let me think. We can chat on Discord a little bit on it as well. Absolutely. That's not actually what I said, right? I said we would do the test driven for Paxos or rewrite this, right? So if we're throwing this away, there's no reason. We can just start with the Paxos stuff because we'd be starting from scratch, right? You weren't listening to me. You weren't listening. Or if we're actually going with this, then we need to rework it, right? You're not swayed by fact and reality. Just for other people to be clear, that's not what I was saying. Don't be swayed. Okay, no, but I do need to think about this because I think what I'm saying here is if we go with multi-Raft, if we go with this, we're going to spend the time to refactor it into a better testable thing, which would be actually a fun little video as well, I think. And then if we're not, I don't know that I care enough, and we'll just start fresh with Paxos. Because the other thing is, like, if we're actually doing this, we probably should actually make this its own working space. Like, Raft should be separate from the consensus mechanism, should be in a separate module altogether, right? That's my thought, at least right now. I have to think about this. I can't, like, yeah, I have to think about this. I tend to lean that this is a difficult thing. I don't know. I don't like my current plan for this either. I feel like this isn't actually testing our consensus. Even if I mock this, I get to test some of this logic, but I'm not testing this logic in consensus, which then, does that even matter? I'm not sure. I always struggle with this. As soon as I do something like that, I'm not even sure that I've tested what I wanted. I gotta think on this. All right. Anyways, that's it for me today. Let's find somebody to raid. I hope you guys had fun. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I agree with you. That sounds good and all, like just the scenarios. You know what? Let's do the Alt F4 stream. I think he's working in Rust right now. I think you're right, Russell, but I'm not sure that actually tests our consensus. I'm not sure. I need to think on it. Let me think not on stream on it, and then yeah, I can get back to you. It's very hard for me to think on stream logically. I was gonna say, I actually, it's very much more difficult. Well, obviously my English it's much more difficult for me to like think live on the stream and do those things. Like, it's easy for me to say the things that like kind of come naturally, but if you're asking me to like think through one of these things, like, yeah, for me, I'm not fast at it. Like, I'm not. And so like I have to sit there and think through some of those things. Yeah, I have to sit and think through some of those things, and like that's just me like staring at the monitor, which isn't fun for anybody. So I try not to do that on stream because it would be this. And then people are like, "Have you frozen?" And I'm like, "No, I wasn't looking at chat. I was thinking." Anyways, Anyways, thank you so much for joining, everyone. Hope you have fun. Go check out the Alt F4 stream. I know, Russell. I know it's purely a skill issue. I understand it's a skill issue. And I know it's my skill issue. And it's only been 5 hours and 50 minutes. I haven't even streamed for a whole 6 hours. So like, I can't even complain about that 6-hour benchmark. I know. I just need to get good. I need to get good. I would say get good or go home, but I am home. So anyways, thanks everybody for joining. Please go check out That's right. It's a MySQL issue. Go check out the Alt F4 stream. See what he's doing. He draws way prettier graphs than I do. And I will see you guys next time.